Good evening and welcome to episode 38 of the Tales of Sigmar Podcast. As always, I am your host Chalmers, and alongside me is my co-host Martin. Good evening, Martin.
Good evening, Chalmers, and how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. It's Saturday evening. The General's Handbook is up for pre-order today. It's my first hobby purchase in about a month and a half, so no, it's all good. And from what I've seen of it, it looks like it's a pretty decent book.
Yeah, it's a happy birthday as well, isn't it? It's 5 years.
It is.
5 years today.
5 years today of Age of Sigmar, which is crazy to think that we're 2 versions in and lots of new models. It is amazing.
It's an odd one because in a way it feels like it's been here for a lot longer than 5 years, but on the other hand, like you say, I can still remember Warhammer Fantasy Battle, I can still remember big square units, etc. So, 5 years, eh?
5 years.
Half a decade.
Yeah, it is awesome, and it's crazy to kind of see how much it's developed since the early days of when it was literally, here's some models and a book. There's no point, just do what you want. And now here we are, the 4th General's Handbook, is it? And yeah, we've got brand new Battletomes, we've got brand new models, we've got Mega Gargants coming, we've got everything. It's actually awesome to see how much support it's got and how much just what momentum it's also got as well. Yeah,
it still feels like the smaller cousin to 40k, which I don't really mind, to be honest, because it seems to at the same time it does feel like it's actually going somewhere, and they really are putting the effort into it and trying to get it up there.
Definitely. We're going to be doing a GHB review probably in 2 weeks' time, maybe a week. Like, we will get our copies next Saturday when it launches, and we're going to kind of do a bit of a review and then do some the hits and misses of the points and who kind of benefited and who kind of got not shafted, but who has felt the brunt. They have announced that any book from Cities of Sigmar going forward, so that includes Tzeentch, Caradron, Seraphon, Bone Reapers. I'm trying to think who else. There's been so many books since then.
More tribes as well, because that came out at the same time as Cities.
Auric Warclans. So all of those are going to be getting a additional PDF. So the GHB kind of got printed before they could do any points changes for those. So the kind of same thing happened last year, to be fair. They had a few books that just missed a cut-off and then got an additional points change. I think Gloomspite and... I'm trying to think.
Yeah, feels like more this year, though. Like you say, last year it was only a few, but it feels like quite a few this year.
To be fair, when Cities of Sigmar book dropped, and then since then we just had this slew of books. I don't think anyone was complaining because, like we said, we were getting like 2 or 3 Battletomes a week. Not a week, a month.
That would be a lot.
2 or 3 Battletomes a week would be crazy. But yeah, we were getting like 2 or 3 a month, and I think part of it was them trying to get everything sorted before 9th edition 40k came out, which is understandable. But yeah, no, it is good that we're going to see some points changes, because I think some of the Seraphon units especially need a bit of adjusting. Some of the Tzeentch ones as well. I'm sure Flamers will be going up in points, because at the minute they're for 120 points. They are one of the best shooting units in the game. Same with the Salamander hunting pack. So I'm sure both of those units will probably get points increases.
Yeah, I'm not expecting big points increases. I think they've moved away from those knee-jerk massive hikes and drops, and I think it's all been relatively gradual for the last year or so, which I like. It might take a couple to really push it to that right place, but I prefer that than the knee-jerk reaction of just, the internet says this, so let's just whack a load of extra points on, and then it just goes from being seen everywhere to just dying completely.
Yeah, definitely. It will be interesting to see in the GHB. I mean, there's been some leaked pictures of certain points, but not everything. And like you said, some of them have just been adjusted very slightly. Others have kind of had big ones. It looks like Stormcast have had quite a few points drops, and which is good because they kind of need it.
Yes.
you just never see Stormcast anywhere.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, few people are talking about a 1-drop Vanguard list.
I've heard the rumours.
It's 3 battalions, and one of them's like a super battalion, which is like a 1-drop.
Yep.
But it's all hunters and paladors and raptors and ether wings, which I'm pretty sure if you said to me 3 months earlier, oh yeah, Stormcast are going to have a 1-drop hunters list, I'd be like, really? Yeah, whether it translates onto the tabletop, I'm not too sure. But we'll see. Like I said, next episode it'll be our kind of in-depth look. But this episode, we are doing something that we've never done before on the Tales of Sigmar podcast, and we're actually doing a Battletome review.
Indeed. A very exciting one as well.
Yes, so the Lumineth Realm-Lords, I want to say they released last week. They didn't really release last week. They the limited edition box set did, which included 3 units in the box, the limited edition Battletome, some books, some tokens, dice, etc. Everything else is releasing later this year. When that is, as we said last episode, who knows? But we thought we'd kind of take this opportunity, especially now that we're in kind of like lockdown. Well, we're coming out of lockdown, but we're still not going to events. We're not having to rush painting. We're not having to do anything like that. So, yeah, we thought we've got the time. Why not sit down and actually do a proper review? So we will be going through every single section. We're going to be going allegiance abilities, battle traits. We're going to go through all the Warscrolls. But rather than just read them and skip, we're going to kind of talk about what we think's good about them, what's competitive, what's not. We'd rather kind of give our thoughts rather than just reading a book and posting it up, because it's been done before and that's a bit boring. So yeah, we thought we'd do a Tales of Sigmar review, and they might not be the right views, but it's what we think. Martin, you've started painting Lumineth, haven't you?
I did. I got all excited last weekend, and I painted up a test model, got something down pretty quickly, and I was really pleased with it. And since then, I think I've put a couple of washes on, 4 more, and that's it. Work, unfortunately, has gone crazy. I was hoping to have all 10 of them done, because I've picked a relatively easy to paint colour scheme, so I was hoping to have all 10 at a place where they were either done or almost done, and I failed miserably. So,
well, the first one looked really nice, but like you said, it was kind of work was mental this week, which was understandable. It's end of the day, the hobby's a hobby. It's it doesn't make you any money, so you've got to kind of know your priorities. But the one that you've done does look nice.
Cheers.
But no, I mean, this review as well, it's kind of, we thought it was the best one to start doing Battletome reviews. We're going to try and do every Battletome now going forward, but we thought this was probably the best one to start with, especially with you doing the army, because you've kind of looked at it a bit more, you've thought about lists, and I always read every Battletome because I like to know what every army does, kind of relatively. So yeah, hopefully you enjoy it, and we'll jump straight in, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, just excuse any rules that we get wrong, especially me, because I've already read 2 leaks from the General's Handbook today and completely misread them. So I'm not doing very well so far.
That's why you don't read leaks, and that's why you wait until the actual product comes out.
Absolutely, but it was just me completely misreading because we haven't played. It feels like we haven't played for forever, but yeah, when you're not playing and you're not in it, sometimes you forget certain.
Yeah, it has been 4 months to be fair, so it has been
a long time.
A long time to not play a game. But let's start with the allegiance abilities that Lumineth get. So the very first one is the Aether Quartz Reserve, and this is a little bit like the Caradron Overlords, who get the Aether Gold. So at the start of the battle, every single unit in the Lumineth Realm-Lords army starts with 1 Aether Quartz Reserve, and once per phase you can say that 1 unit will use their reserve to do one of the following abilities. Now, that's where it's different to Caradron, because Caradron can just, if they want to, they could burn every single Aether Gold in one turn, in one phase, to get all the different triumphs, whereas this, you're literally limited to 1 unit can use it. So I think you're going to see a lot of tactical decisions of when you want to use it. You might think, I might hang on for it until another turn, or you think you're going to get charged, or you get charged, and it's the kind of obvious time to use it. There is a downside to it, that you actually subtract 1 from the unit's bravery characteristic for the rest of the battle. Bravery, I don't know, bravery's not a big thing in AOS, because you can just keep using Inspiring Presence, and that is kind of a big thing. You could drop someone's bravery by 10, but you can just spend a command point to say, yeah, I'm immune.
Yeah, it's the same as Karajon. They lose that bravery buff. They lose 1 bravery as well when they use theirs. So it's very similar to them. Lumineth are generally only leadership 6, so it can be a bit of an issue, but there is a way around it. There's a way so that you don't have to do that, which we'll get onto in a minute.
Yeah, definitely. So there are 4 different abilities that you can use. Heightened Reflexes, which is you can use it when the target is picked to be a target of an enemy attack. If you do so, you add 1 to your saves. So that is actually pretty big. You can use it in both your shooting and your combat. So if you've got, I don't know, say a 660 point techless model and you've got an army of shooting against you, then you can actually say, I'm going to use it and give myself +1 until the end of the phase. The one thing I would say with that is I think your opponents could almost bait you out of using that. So you could use your first shooting unit to target something, and you use that Aether Quartz reserve to give them +1 to save, thinking, right, they're going to target everything against them, but then the rest of your shooting army could just turn to a different target and shoot them off.
Absolutely. I think it's probably, so we'll get onto it, but there's a running theme here. You can almost divide the army into almost 2 clear sections, maybe a third if you talk about the mountain people, but techless and non-techless lists.
Yes.
If you go with techless, then it really transforms the way in which you write your list. And one of the things is that he's vulnerable. He's not super vulnerable, but he is vulnerable to an alpha strike. And I think this is the one where you would definitely use it. And I think it's one of those ones where you're right, people might target the other units just to see whether or not you're going to go with it. And then if you don't use it, then they could probably spend the entire phase just picking off your other units, ignore techless, but you're never going to use your Aether Quartz because you want to keep it just in case. So yeah, it's an interesting concept.
Yeah. So heightened senses is the next one, which is you can say a unit will use this ability when it's picked to shoot or fight. And if you do so, you add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made by that unit until the end of that phase. Now, I think you're going to see this quite a lot used by the Sentinel archers.
Yep.
+1 to hit when you're shooting is like, yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't use that. I think the Dawn Riders as well, when you pick them to fight, if they're on charging, if you give them +1 to hit because they're buffed up when they charge, they're the cavalry models. I think that's also a kind of good ability. And this doesn't kind of stop you from using those command abilities as well, like the basic ones from GHB, where if you've got a hero, you can make him reroll 1s to hit as well. So yeah, if you kind of give someone a shooting, like the shooting Sentinel unit, +1 to hit and rerolling 1s to hit, it's they suddenly become very, very good.
Yeah, they're really good options, but it is a lot about resource management. Like you say, you're going to have to think about it. You're going to have to really think what is the right thing to use on which unit during the phase, and knowing that you can only use it once, you might want to use it on that unit later on, so do you hold back? And likewise, if you use it on that unit, you can't use it on a different unit. Now, there are a couple of ways around that, which we'll cover later on, but in general, and I think this is a theme in the army. There's a lot of things to think about. This is not a beginner army, I wouldn't say. I think it can be powerful in the right hands, but this is a good example of the kind of things in this army where you're going to have to really think it through.
Yeah, I think if you pick I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head there. Is if you're a brand new player and you've just gone, right, okay, yeah, Lumineth, they're cool, I'll pick them up, and then you look at the reserves, Aetherquartz reserves, and you pick the wrong thing at the wrong time, then your whole army could fall apart. And I quite like that. I don't like that for a new player, obviously, but I like that as a thinking thing of, yeah, you need to actually work out when the best time to use certain bits are.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that attracts me to this army is those kind of having to think about it.
Yeah. The next one is Magical Boost. So you can say that after you attempt to cast a spell, but before any unbinding rolls are made. So if you do, you can either add 1 to that casting roll, or you can re-roll that casting roll. I really like this, just for the fact that it gives you that extra. Say if you roll an 11 or a 10, and you go, actually, you know what, I'd rather just add 1 to that, just to make sure it goes off. Or if you need that spell to go off and you fail it, you can actually just, there's an easy way of just re-rolling that casting. It's not the fact that you say that you use it before you cast, because sometimes, like I said, you might roll that double 6 and you're like, right, I'm fine, I don't care, you can't unbind that unless you've got +3, 4 to unbind. But yeah, to actually do it before any unbinding rolls are made, I really, really like that.
Yeah, and also it's an interesting one because it kind of gets a bit round the some of the corn stuff and some of the others that are out there where they force you to re-roll, because you can just choose to re-roll unless you've rolled something massive. You can choose to re-roll it to get that one that's going to be a little bit higher to stop the opponent forcing your re-rolls.
Speaking of corn as well, with the Hexgorger Skulls, if you roll that 8, you can just go, right, okay, yeah, no, I'm re-rolling, because you don't want, because every single unit will take D6 mortal wounds, because every unit's a wizard. So
that's one thing we should cover. So this one and the next one is all about magic, and every unit in the army, there's one unit that we believe it needs an FAQ just to tidy that up, but every other unit can cast spells, so that's huge. I think having these extra pieces will make a massive difference there.
Yeah, he's. I think anything that kind of, like you said, lets you re-roll and gives you that extra bonus to magic, especially when a lot of the army relies on magic, is vital. You may think that, as I was saying, that giving yourself +1 save or +1 hit in one unit is good, but actually, if you need to get that, the empower the magical weapons, etc., whereabouts you do more mortal wounds on better dice rolls, you might find, actually, yeah, I need that to go off this turn. I don't care about having +1 to hit, I'd rather have that. And that goes on to the next one, which is Magical Insight. So this you can use it at the start of your hero phase, and if you do so, that unit can attempt to cast 1 extra spell in that phase. So I quite like this. It's the fact that it's at the start of the hero phase, you need to actually work out what you need to do, because sometimes you could get halfway through the hero phase and go, right, I've got that spell off and that spell off, I really need that one to go off. If you've not got that extra spell cast, then you're going to be kicking yourself. So actually having, like you said, having to plan everything and working out when to use certain bits and needing to use that at the start of the hero phase so you know that unit's got an extra spell cast, I really like it. There is, as we kind of alluded to, the Light of Atharian.
Yep, we'll go with that.
Isn't going to be a wizard. And a few people said, well, this gives them a cast, but actually when you read it, it says if you do that, unit can attempt to cast 1 extra spell. So if you can't cast a spell to start off with, I'm going to probably say you cannot cast a spell.
Oh, I totally agree, but I think he is going to be a wizard because in the spells it says that he can take a spell. So I think they just missed the wizard
keyword. Maybe.
Keyword. Because in Lord Haish, he's named as one of the people that can be given the
Yeah.
So I think, but again, TBC. I'm hoping they cover it in the FAQ.
I'm sure that'll be one of the very first things that gets FAQ'd into is he or isn't he.
Yeah.
So that's it for the Aether Quartz Reserve. I think it's 4 solid abilities. The fact that you can only do 1 per phase is really good, because it stops you just kind of making your whole army +1 save or +1 hit for that one specific turn. Like you said, resource management is key, and that seems to be a kind of reoccurring theme in AOS at the minute. Is there's so many armies now that have all this resource management that you need to kind of work out when and what you can and can't do. So I'm looking forward to seeing it being used on the table.
Yes, it's going to cause a lot of headaches, and I think the fact, all 4 are really strong. I think potentially that last one is the weakest, but you could argue differently. But I think the fact that they are so strong makes it harder.
Yeah.
Because when I played KO, it was the reroll hits on the shooting was the one you tended to use.
Yeah.
And it kind of felt like you just had to focus on that, and it was when to use it as opposed to which one. Whereas, like you say, in this, you kind of, because just those 2 magic ones, you decide, I want the extra spell, so you go with that one, and then you fail your first spell. You think, if only I had not gone for the extra spell, I could have re-rolled that.
Yeah.
Bits and pieces like that. And just going back to that magical boost as well, I really like the fact that it's +1 or re-roll.
Yeah.
How many times have you been in that situation where you need a 6 to cast and you roll maybe a 6 and you think, he's probably going to dispel that. Do 1 more will probably put it into the point where 7, I've got a lot more chance then of them
Actually
not dispelling it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's that kind of thing where you're just off. Or, again, you need an 8, you get a 7 with all your buffs, etc. And you're like, just need 1 more there. Fine, I'll just use it for that. I don't want to re-roll it because 8's quite high. I might not get it. And
then your opponent's looking for a 9 to dispel, so...
Exactly. Yeah. So I really like the fact that it's an either-or.
It does say, so at the start it says every Lumineth Realm-Lord carries with them a tiny reserve of Aether Quartz that they keep in a gem-like container. I hope we're going to see lots of gem little kind of bases against every unit, so we know who's got Aether Quartz reserve and who doesn't.
Well, the pack comes with tokens, and I think the token have got Aether Quartz on 1, and then I think when you flip it over, it's -1 bravery.
Right, that's quite good. Yeah.
Know which ones are which, and I know it's pro-painted. I've done a load of tokens.
A token set as well, yeah.
Yeah, and on theirs they've got -1 bravery, and they've got Aether Quartz and -1 bravery, so you can keep track of it that way.
Fair enough. That's cool. Maybe ignore that then. So the next allegiance ability is Absorb Despair. So this is if a friendly unit uses Aether Quartz Reserve while it is wholly within 18 of any friendly Cathalar, you can pick one of the Cathalars within 18 of that unit and say they will absorb the negative energy. So Cathalar cannot absorb negative energy more than once per phase, but if they do it, then you do not subtract 1 from the bravery, and instead you pick one enemy unit within 18, so not wholly within, but just within 18 of that Cathalar, and if you do, you subtract 1 from their bravery characteristic for the rest of the battle. I really like this. I think it's a really good, not only defensive, but also offensive, because I think in some lists you're going to see maybe 2 Cathalars on the table, and you could push one up the table to kind of give them that, like the backfield enemy units -1 bravery, while also having one kind of in your home objectives that can kind of buff any attacking enemy units. The fact that it's not wholly within 18 for the enemy unit as well. This seems to be a recurring theme. There's some bits whereabouts you've got to be wholly within, and some in this book whereabouts it's only within, which is kind of...
It's going to be a pain to play. Just remembering that, again, like I like it, don't get me wrong, but it is going to be, is that holy or is that with it? I have found that as well, and a couple of things you just assume it's holy and then it's not, or vice versa.
Yeah. So I don't know how much it will play a part in it. Like we said, there's a lot of ways of just mitigating bravery tests anyway, so making something -1 bravery might not actually do much. But you never know. You might find that key piece where it does suddenly work.
I think it's the fact that it's more than just it absorbs it. Having that ability just there every time you use one, as long as you're within 18, actually you don't get -1 bravery to your own troops. That's solid, because yes, you still got to work out your resources and when to do it, but there's no negative effect to you. The fact that you can then bounce that onto your opponent, certain matchups, you're right, it's not going to make any difference. But certain matchups, it could be massive. Eels is the obvious one. You start bouncing things onto eels, and you get later on where there's other things that you can do. It makes a massive difference because they've got such low bravery. They've got the reroll, yeah. They don't normally lose many because you normally you running MSU, and therefore if you've lost 3, you've lost the unit anyway. But if you can chip away at their bravery and maybe kill 1 or 2, it really starts to make a difference.
Yeah, no, it will be interesting to see like whether it does become a thing. I definitely think you will see Cathars in the armies, and I think just as partly one because they're one of the heroes that can take artifacts and traits, etc. But yeah, I think, like you said, kind of that thing of just especially eels and what was the other one I was just thinking of that has just come out? Seraphon, because they're no longer bravery 10. They've kind of got readjusted bravery. So anything like that, where about losing 1 or 2 extra models is key. It will be interesting.
Yeah.
But let's talk about lightning reactions, which I know was one of the very first previewed rules. So during a combat phase, when it's your turn to pick a unit to fight, you can pick 2 eligible units instead of 1. If you do so, each of those units can fight one after another in the order of your choice. I love it. It's kind of always a bit like Always Strike First.
No, it's not, and this is why I don't like it.
Really?
Yeah. So as a non-Lumineth player, I like it because it's Games Workshop doing something that's the start of the combat phase, end of combat phase was starting to get a little bit convoluted. There were too many units that could fight at the start of the combat phase. So I get why they haven't gone there. But, and I know they're not high elves, but essentially, this is meant to be a kickback to those days. You're not going first. And there's enough armies out there that are going to go at the start of the combat phase and are then going to have had their go and, done the damage. I feel like this army being an elite army, which it is, low model count, you could find quite easily. It's got some good defensive stuff, don't get me wrong, but until we get to see it on the table, it just feels like of all the armies, this is an army should have had it. Like I say, I like the design thinking of it, as in it gets around that. It would have been easy, and you could argue lazy, just to say they all get to fight at the start of the combat phase. So I do get that, but I just feel a little disappointed because these are the guys, like you say, that should be fighting. If anybody, these are the ones that should be fighting first in the combat phase.
Well, I agree to disagree because I think it's stupidly strong. I know what you mean about a lot of units having fight at the start of the combat phase, but it's only very select units that have that. I think for a lot of armies, it's they don't have that option, and I think if you have your turn and you charge 2 units into something and you're fighting with both of them, that could be the make or break of certain games. So I don't know, we'll have to see. I mean, hopefully we start playing soon, and I know you're going to be proxying a few models to kind of test these out, so
yeah,
I'm sure in a couple of episodes time one of us will put our hand up and say we're wrong. But
don't get me wrong, I do think it's strong, but like I say, I just think with the number of units that can go at the start, it feels like, are these guys going to miss out at that? And again, I think this is a recurring theme of the book. I've said to a few people, this army is going to make some people cry. There are some very powerful things in this army, but I can't see it dominating tournaments because I think it's quite well balanced. I genuinely think there is some really good balance in the book, in that you look at certain things and go, well, that's stupidly strong. And you think, when you're writing the list, how do I get that and that in? But if I do that, I've got to... So there aren't really that many obvious choices.
I don't know. I think there are. But yeah, I know what you mean. There are quite a lot of units in this hit. I mean, we'll go through them in a bit, but you could go, I really want them and I really want them. But I think you will see a few quite cutthroat lists that are literally head and shoulders above the rest, and that will take you off in a couple of turns easily. I won't go through them yet. I think we'll go through that at the end. But yeah, I think it's one that, like you said, I think it is quite balanced, but I think there are also some very, very broken bits that you can do in here.
Yes, and like I say, it's going to make some people cry, but I just, and there's going to be those games where you do come away from it, turn 2 and go, right, well, game over. It's all done. But I'm not sure that army is then going to go 5-0.
That's fair enough. That's cool. The only other allegiance ability there is the Lumineth Great Nations. It's a bit like Storm Hosts and War Clans, etc. There's 4 different ones that you can choose from. We're going to go through them in a bit, so we're not really going to mention them now. And we are now on to the command traits and artifacts and the battle traits. And we start with the Venari battle traits. And these are Warriors of the Light. So this is the one which kind of everyone's kind of talked about. We kind of saw it a bit previewed, and this is the Shining Company. So after a Venari unit is set up, now Venari units are the Wardens, which are the pikemen, the Sentinels, which are the archers, and the Dawn Riders, which are the horses, cavalry. So when they're set up, if the base of each model in the unit is touching the base of 2 or more models from the same unit, that unit becomes a Shining Company. So the Shining Company, the unit remains a Shining Company after finishing a move, and the base is still touching 2 or more models. The moment they're not, they lose it. But while they do, you subtract 1 from hit rolls for targets that attack a Shining Company. However, a Shining Company cannot run or charge, and models in that unit can only move 1 inch when they pile in. This, well, it's almost like we're back to Warhammer Fantasy rank and file. But I really like this. If you know you're going like second, you can kind of deploy almost all of your battle line units in a Shining Company to make them -1 to hit. Your horses, you could put them touching 2 bases of each model, make them all -1 to hit, and then in your turn, in your movement phase, you just move them all out and no longer a Shining Company. It just gives you that extra protection for that first turn.
It does, but it has some limitations. So I think for the Spearmen and the Archers, I think you do it whether you're going first or second. Because it's a setup. So unless you use something like Bridge or there's some teleport spells, then once you break out, you can't go back in. So you've got to... I think most people will start in it just so you can start in it. And then you've got to be very careful. The horses is a good one, where I'm not sure if I ran horses I would start with them like that, because they can't run that turn. So whilst you're in it, you can't run, and therefore you only go out of it when you finish your movement.
I missed that.
Yeah. So it is a really, again, I love the rule writing here, because it is a super powerful ability, -1 to hit. Yep. Don't take that away. But it comes at a cost.
But think about it. Would you want your horses to run? Because I mean, they're going to be 14-inch move anyway. So, and if you're going second, you're not really going to run, because they can't charge if they run.
It does. Yeah, I think it depends if you're going to go grab an objective.
Yeah.
Do you need them to get that extra piece just to get an objective? Don't know what some of the deployment maps are going to be in the new GHB.
True.
I don't know. It's something you've got to consider, and where a lot depends. And you might deploy them near the back. And again, Shining Company. You've got a unit of 5 horses there. If you string them out, that takes up quite a lot of board space. So it stops teleports, it stops deep strikes. Well, coming on table edges.
Yeah.
But then you lose that. So I think again, it sounds great, like you say. Right? Why would you not? But actually, it's quite a limitation, especially on something like, again, cavalry. You put them out sideways, you can cover a lot of board with an inch between them. The minute you then have to shimmy them up, and
So
remember, because well, it's not all touching. It's 2, isn't it? So the ones at the end. So for cavalry, I'm not sure if I haven't done this yet, but I think if you do kind of 2 at the front, 2 the side, and 1 at the back, then they're all touching 2. But for troops as such, you have 8, and then your other 2 aren't on the end; they're at the back as such.
Yeah, you can. You could have them anywhere. No,
Well, you can't have them on the end because then they're only touching 1.
Yeah, you'd need them on the kind of tucked in behind.
Behind, yeah. So again, you lose an extra inch there because those. So it's not 10-inch anymore; it's 8 inches.
Yeah.
Which then you say, right, well, actually, if I go with a unit of 20, that's better now, because if I want to string them out, I'm not 2/8. I'm not doing 16. I'm doing 18. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or you double rank them, and because they've got 3-inch range, so you don't care about that. So again, absolutely love the rule. On the face of it, sounds super powerful, but you've got to think it through, because it does come at a bit of a limitation.
Yeah.
And like I say, once you break out of it, you can't go back into it. So I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, Lumineth are -1 to hit. Well, no, they're not.
They're only for a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it may be. And I like the fact it can it can stop those alpha strikes. You've got these armies that do massive alpha strikes. Fine, get your spearmen out there, get them in Shining Company. It's going to help you. But if you're playing against something who's a bit more defensive, and maybe you have to go to them.
Yeah.
So again, love it. It really makes you think. It's not an obvious choice.
The thinking man's army.
I really shouldn't be playing them.
I can see a lot of people playing these on game 5 at a 2-day tournament, just sat going, oh, what's happening? Trying to work out everything.
It reminds me a little bit of the Zinch army I was running for a while, where at the end of the day, when you've done 5 games, your head's just a little bit frazzled because you have to think about everything.
Where everything was going.
Yeah, it's not like my eels where I just go point them at things and go forward.
Aim for
you have to think about this.
Yeah, turn 3 or bust. Yeah. The next is the command traits for the Sonari Cathalar. So there are 3 different ones. There is Spellmaster, which is once in each hero phase you can reroll 1 spell casting roll for this general. Now, as standard on a Warscroll, she literally has 1 spell, so it's okay. You can kind of re-roll it. It kind of saves you from that Aetherquartz reserve that we were talking about. You've got Lawmaster, which is the general knows 1 extra spell from the Law of Haish, which is nice, but again, if you've only got 1 spell to cast, do you really want another spell? Because you're going to learn a spell from the Law. And then there's Warmaster, which is probably the one I'd say you take 9 times out of 10, which is if the general is part of your army and on the battlefield at the start of your hero phase, roll a dice. On a 4+, you'll receive an extra command point.
Yeah, and there's only one of the Grand Alliances that lets you take them anyway. Up to Grand Alliance, Great Nations, Iliatha, if we're saying that wrong, apologies. All the others have got a standard command trait that you have to take. So. Yeah. I'm not sure how often you're going to see these other than in that Great Nation.
Yeah. So overall, they're okay. There's nothing really that exciting. Like you said, I think if you're not running a Great Nation and you've got a Cathalar in your army, you're probably going to make it your general anyway. So you do get a command trait because you've only got the Cathalar, the Stone Mage, and then you've got the 2 named heroes. So you are kind of limited on who can get artifacts and traits.
Yeah, and I don't really see why you wouldn't run a Great Nation. None of those are strong enough to make you go, that's
I
worth
need that.
taking over a Great Nation.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I say, other than that one particular Great Nation, I can't see these cropping up much.
Yeah. So the 3 artifacts of power that she can take, you've got the Phoenix Stone, which is very situational. It's if a friendly Lumineth Realm-Lords hero is slain within 12 of the bearer, before removing the model from from play, roll a dice. On a 6, that model was not slain. All wounds are allocated to it are healed, and any wounds that are currently remain to be allocated are ignored. Which it's
not going to use in competitive play. It's not reliable enough.
You're going to get
what
that
I would say
once in a blue moon story of where you've taken that and Teclis has taken the last wound and you roll that 6 and he's back to full wounds.
Can't have it on him.
No, but it's if a friendly hero is slain within 12 of this bearer.
Oh, I didn't read that. Yeah, no, fair enough. But
so it's any other
so
hero
you could do,
as
yeah,
the person holding it. But yeah, to roll a 1 in 6 chance to get him back fully healed. Like you said, I don't think you're really going to see it.
No, I do like the fact that they've written the rule a little bit better though and they've covered the concept of
remaining wounds.
Yes, because I know on previous rules that wasn't particularly well, or wasn't particularly clear, was it?
No, previously you could bring something back to life and then you still allocate wounds. They'd normally die afterwards anyway, which wasn't very helpful. The second artifact is the Silver Wand. So this one is the bearer can attempt to cast 1 extra spell in your hero phase. So that one's not too bad. I think you might see that used if you're using a battalion and you've got an extra artifact. I could probably see you doing that because an extra spell cast is probably quite good to have.
Goes well with Lawmaster if you take Lawmaster as well from the previous command trait. As you were saying, do you really want to know a spell if you can't? You can only use 1 spell.
Well, that's the thing.
But if you can use 2 spells, then yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a spell on a Warscroll, and then she gets to learn 1 anyway. So learning an extra 1 as well might be overkill, but it might just give you that extra bit of knowledge.
A bit of a toolbox, isn't it?
Yeah. And the last one is the Blade of Leaping Gold. Pick one of the bearer's melee weapons, add 3 to the attack characteristic. Well, she's only got 1 attack anyway, so you're getting 4 attacks, and they're not very good attacks. So
if she's in combat, then you're struggling, aren't you? At the end of the day, it's not where you want her to be.
Yeah. So those are the artifacts, like you said. I don't think you're really going to see many of them. Maybe the Silver Wand every so often, but I think 9 times out of 10 you'll just see the Great Nation ones. And now we're on to the Alarith battle trait.
Mountain people.
Yes, Mountain Kindred. Come on, use the proper words now. Mountain Kindred.
Mountain people.
This is a just bonkers, not bonkers rule, but it's such a good rule. Enduring as rock. So after army's been set up, before the first battle round begins, at the start of any of your hero phases, you can pick any number of friendly Alarith units and say that they are adopting the Mountain Stance. If you do so until your next hero phase, weapons used for an attack that targets those units in the Mountain Stance has a rend characteristic of and has a rend characteristic of -1. You change it to nothing.
Now I need somebody.
Too many words. Why not just say all Alarith units ignore rend 1?
Because so
you pick any number of friendly units in any phase, and you say that they adopt Mountain Stance. There's no downward.
Is there not an ability or something later on that you can't do if you're in the Mountain Stance? I don't know why I've got a feeling I might be completely misremembering this, but
let me have a quick look while you're looking. But yeah, I mean, ignoring -1 rend.
Absolutely brilliant.
All the Mountain Alarith guys is amazing. I'm just having a quick look. So the Alarith Stone Guard do not have anything to say about Mountain Stance.
Yeah. Well, could be completely wrong. I mean, we'll get to it as
Get
we
to the
come back.
Warscrolls in a bit,
Yeah.
but yeah, I just
If there's no negative, then why are you not doing it?
yeah,
100%.
and the fact that it says you can pick like any number of friendly unit, like I said, I just didn't understand why it didn't just say all Alarith units have ignore rend 1. Like,
Yeah.
it's
But we
weird.
need somebody on the internet to decide what the mountain stance is, so that people at tournaments have to do that stance. I want to see people doing the stance,
Yeah.
whatever it is.
When you put units in the mountain stance, we want to see
Yeah.
what the stance is.
Go back to it's the 5th birthday for AOS. Let's go back to the old days where you had to
Do something
get-
stupid to get the
Yeah.
rule. Well, surely you basically mimic the stone mage and you sit on a chair with your legs crossed and you.
Oh, I
put your
can't do
hands
that. I'm not flexible enough to do that.
Well, there you go. Then you shouldn't be playing Lumineth. And they've got another ability called Tectonic Force. So at the end of each combat phase, you pick one enemy unit, or you can pick one enemy unit within 1 inch of each friendly Alarith unit. You cannot pick the same enemy unit more than once. After you pick each unit, your opponent must move that unit 2 inches, and that unit must finish the move more than 1 inch from any Alarith unit from your army. Once those enemy units have been forced to move, any friendly Alarith units can then move within 3 of any enemy units and can make a 1 inch pile-in move. This is a bit not weird.
Yeah, no, go on. It
It
is.
is weird. I can see part of the reason why. I mean, you're getting a kind of a move, an extra little bit of a move. I think on objectives it could be quite a strong thing if you've got a big horde that you're facing that are only on kind of a little bit of the objective, and you can move them a bit further off, and they've only got 2 or 3 models on there instead of 10. Then that could be quite good. And if you've got that potential to move then 3 inches. If you've got a potential to move an extra inch with your actual Alarith units to then move them further onto an objective, then that is pretty good. But yeah, I think that is a really weird. Not. I don't know
different.
whether weird.
It's different.
Yeah, I think it's
and
clunky.
I like it.
I think
Well, I'm not sure it's clunky. I like it because it's something new. It's something that we don't tend to see. There was one, I can't remember if it was spell or ability in one of the realms where you could essentially make somebody take the unit off and redeploy them somewhere else. But
banishment from Haish, I think it was.
yeah. Outside of that, I don't think there is anything where you can force a unit to move. Now, because this is the end of the combat phase, am I right in thinking that if you then move them into range of another unit, that other unit can still then fight? Because it wasn't eligible at the start.
Yes, you could.
So again, there's that, but you're not moving them. You're making your opponent move them.
So, because this was, I'm trying to think where it was from. I can't remember where it was from. I think if it's
the Gotrek one, isn't it?
If it's not your turn.
Yes, it's the Gotrek one where it kind of pans out because it's really weird.
Yeah, if it's the end of your turn, then it's the end of your turn, and then they do their things, and then it ends. If it's your opponent's turn and you make them do that, and then it allows something else of your army to then attack, then yes. But you're only moving that unit 2 inches, so if you're moving them 2 inches, in theory you're 9 times out of 10 going to be in range of the other units anyway. Like, you're never going to be able to move something 2 inches back to then be within 3 inches of something else.
Yeah, and it's another weird one as well, because it's after you pick each unit, your opponent must move that unit 2 inches, and that unit must finish its move more than an inch away. But in reality, you only need to move them an inch away.
Must move more that unit 2 inches.
Because you can go sideways, can't you?
And she'll finish that move within an inch. Yeah.
It's not an inch directly away from a spot, and your opponent moves them. The one thing about this is
clunky, because you're going to be playing games and you've done all your combat, you've rolled all your dice, you could do everything, and then you're going to spend 5 minutes trying to move another unit 2 inches away and then measure to make sure it's an inch away, and then
I think it's going to be something that causes arguments, because I think people will move units and then go, oh, actually, no. And then you'll be like, well, no. It's like, oh, well, where were they in the first place? So, yeah I agree with you in that sense. I like the concept.
For something so minimal, if you said they moved 3 inches away, or they moved and they had to finish 3 inches away from a layer of units or something.
Yes. If it was you move them out of combat, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, because again, and then at the end it's a 1 inch pile in, but it's not a pile in and attack. Again, if it was you shimmy them and then you go in and attack again.
That's the best word. You're kind of shimmying everything around, and it's just like you're just adding an extra phase of movement. I'm not a fan of this, to be honest. I like a lot of things, I want to see it on the table before I properly pass judgment, but just looking at it, I can just see it, like you said, either causing arguments or just being an utter faff.
I can think of some players off the top of my head who this is it's painful to play against using this in the nicest possible way. It's going to be painful, but hey,
we shall see. So the command traits for the Lords of Stone. So these are Alarith generals only, and to be honest, it is the Stone Mage, and that's it. I don't know why they put it as the bold, because the Avalonor, the big mountain cow general,
named mountain,
is a unique character, so can't take these. So it's the Stone Mage. So the first one is Majestic, so you add 1 to the bravery characteristic of all friendly Lumineth Realm-Lord units while they're wholly within 12 of this general, and you subtract 1 from bravery characteristic for enemy units while they are within 18 of the general. So a bit like the Allegiance ability. You've got something that's wholly within and something that's just within. It's another bravery debuff, which is nice, and a bit of a bravery boost as well.
Yeah, and the debuffs, you'll find that again there's a bit of a recurring theme there around bravery and stuff, which is quite interesting.
I'm interested to see whether this is in the GHB. So the new 40k rules have been released, and I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent, but
where are you going with this?
So there is a stratagem that was from 8th edition,
yes,
where you could spend command points, or you spend command points, and basically you could, a bit like how you can do in AOS, you could ignore leadership test, and you could do that each leadership phase. It's like you could kind of keep those units around. It's now been changed in the new edition that you can use it once per battle, which is a massive change. I wonder whether that becomes a change in the GHB. I mean, it's not been leaked at all, and I think a lot of people would pick up on that if it was. We shall see, but I would quite like that if you could only use it once per battle, because then bravery becomes a big thing, and battle shock tests and all of these units can kind of drop bravery characteristics, etc. They've suddenly all become a bit more worthwhile.
Yeah, and so this is the problem with the leaks, because if you'd asked me before you said all that, is that in AOS, I would have said yes, that's part of GHB, but you're right, it's not. It's the 40k one, and thinking about it, I haven't seen it in the GHB leaks, but
no.
There's the problem. There's too many leaks. There's 40k leaks and GHB leaks, and it's all getting a bit.
They need to get a plumber in and sort it all out. But I mean,
you're right. It would be. It's a funny one. I think command points in general need a bit of a revisit.
I think now that
some armies seem to have oodles of them, and some armies seem to really struggle with them, and I don't know. It feels like there's a bit of a, if you did that, let's be honest, there's not many armies that stack more than 1 or 2 command points, and they're normally stacking them for a particular reason, like Deepkin stacking it for turn 3. But then you've got people like Gates, who I remember when I played Ian Spink, when he was running it, he had like probably 2 dice at one point, because I think he had over 10.
I've had 15 command points, I think. By about turn 3, I think it was.
Exactly. So at that point, you're kind of like just like, oof. But
yeah, Fall of the Old World, I started turn 3 on 13 command points. And it's just like, cool, yeah.
But again, not wanting to go on a massive tangent, in the 40k one, do you need a character nearby to do it?
No, so the 40k one, it's
So that is the
literally
one limitation here, is you still got to have a character within 6 inches of that unit, or
Yeah.
12 is a general, to stop it from...
Yeah.
So there is a bit more of a balance there, and this army has an ability to take out characters, so
Hashtag shoot
maybe.
heroes. Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting to see. I don't think it will become a part of this GHB, but you never know. It might be slipped in there and no one's actually noticed it yet. The second one is Enduring, which is you add 3 to the General's wound characteristic. I think this one's pretty solid because
He's gone from 5 to 8, doesn't he?
8 wounds is pretty decent. I mean, he's still only got a 5 up save,
5
is
up.
it?
It is, but again, we've seen that there's ways and means to make them more defensive. But yeah, just 8 wounds. It's things like it covers you for mortal wounds, it covers you for all sorts. It's solid.
It makes him a bit more survivable. The last one is Lawmaster, which is a bit like before. If this general is a wizard, which they are, I don't know why they've put that in there. They know 1 extra spell from the Law of High Peaks, which is the mountain high spell law. It's okay. Again, you can only cast 1 spell with the Stone Mage, so I don't know how useful that'll be, but they're pretty solid, I think.
They are, but again, I think if you're
if you're doing a great
you're
nation,
running, but I was going to say if you're running the mountain kindred, let's be honest, then you're running Great Nation of Ymetrica, and then you've got your own artifact and command trait. So again, it's a bit of a funny one. I can't imagine why anybody would want to run the Stone Mage as their general and not run Ymetrica. It will happen, but it's not going to be that often.
No. So again, there's 3 artifacts for the Gifts of the Mountains. You've got the Heartstone Amulet. Roll a dice each time you allocate a wound or mortal wound to the bearer. On a 5+, that wound or mortal wound is negated. Pretty solid. Makes them a bit survivable. There are other ways to get that same ability in this army, so I don't know how often you would see that, but it just kind of gives you that built-in kind of survivability for a Stone Mage, which you might
does. Like. And let's just say if the rumours are correct, that has, and we'll touch on it a bit more in Techless, that's is not as powerful as it was. Yes. But we'll cover that.
We'll cover that in a bit. The second one is the Ebony Stone. Each time the bearer is affected by a spell or endless spell, roll a dice. On a 4+, you ignore the effects. That is pretty solid. There are other ways of getting that as well, but I mean, I faced Ironjaw's army that had that and kind of won them the game because he just rolled the 4 up to ignore the spells. So I could see that being used.
Yeah, it's funny, both of those kind of are similar abilities to what you've got from Techless.
Yes.
So it's kind of giving you those options because if you go on Mountain, you're probably not taking Techless. It's a bit of a... It's interesting that they are so similar to what he gets.
Definitely. And the last one is Magmic Hammer. If the bearer is a wizard, which he will be, you add 1 to the number of mortal wounds inflicted by Arcane Bolt. That's not too bad. I think if you are going to just keep on firing Arcane Bolt each turn, it's an extra mortal wound could be the difference, and you're kind of sniping a hero or something, then...
Very situational, though.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. That's what I was about to say. It's okay, but it's not going to win you a game.
No, I think the other two... I think the other two are stronger. The one thing, again, I would say is that in certain elements of this army, the spells aren't that much damage.
No.
There's not a lot of direct damage or mortal wound damage spells. There are a few, don't get me wrong, but there's not a lot. So I could see people using Arcane Bolt quite a bit in this army.
Yeah.
So I can see that being quite useful. In some armies, Arcane Bolt's like down there because they've got other more powerful versions of it. In this army, actually, Arcane Bolt will probably get used quite a bit.
Yeah, just as that extra bit of damage.
Yeah.
And that kind of gets us on to the good things, which is now the spell laws. So the first one is the Law of Haish. Teclis knows all of the spells from this spell law, which is quite cool. And the Law of Haish is for Teclis. The Light of Elfarian, which, as we've mentioned, apparently is going to get FAQ'd, so he cannot use it, but it might get FAQ'd that he can use it. Cathalars and Venari wizards only. So the Dawn Riders, the Sentinels, and the Wardens are actually wizards, so they can actually take a spell from this as well. So it kind of gives you quite a bit of choice. I think you can probably almost get every single spell from this spell law just by taking the units.
So just to touch on that, and because we might cover it later, but because it applies to all 3 units, it's slightly different. Again, they've done it slightly different here. It's only, let me get the exact rules. He says, as he quickly.
As he goes through the pages, yeah.
It's basically it's the character, and the reason I was looking was because I can't remember the numbers for the Dawn Riders. So if you have 3 or more models in the unit, then the champion is the wizard. So the unit isn't the wizard.
That's cool, because in the past it used to be things like evocators. You could pick any model in that unit to be the wizard.
Yeah. So for Sentinels and Wardens, you've got to have 5 or more models, and the High Warden or High Sentinel is the wizard.
That's cool.
So again, I like it. It's something a little bit different. It's evolving that rule set.
Yeah.
Yes, it's adding layers of complexity. You can have that argument, but again, I think a lot of people will miss this, and it's something I will probably miss a number of times. You'll keep casting even when that unit's going down, because it'll be quite easy to forget. Oh, hang on, there's only 4 there. So it's something to be aware of, especially if you're playing against this army, that those units, once they get down to lower numbers,
they can't
actually cast.
Yeah, and if you've got any spells or abilities to pick a model out of the unit, you just take the champion out and go, well, there you go, you've lost them now, and they can't cast at all. So, little tactic there. I mean, there's not many bits, but I'm thinking, giants.
All
and
cast.
The Idoleth have a spell that's pick a model, so we'll see. I'm sure.
It adds to that concept, doesn't it? It adds to that, it adds power to those few and far between abilities and spells.
Definitely. So, as a normal spell law, you've got 6 spells. The first one's Speed of Haish. It's got a casting value of a 5. If successfully cast, you pick 1 friendly Lumineth Realm-Lord unit wholly within 18 of the caster, and they're visible. You double the move characteristic of that unit until your next hero phase. So that can help your Dawn Riders kind of negate the Shining Company cannot run that we talked about earlier.
Yep.
Suddenly, movement 28, they can be in your opponent's deployment zone ready for a charge, which is pretty cool. It also can speed up things like Stone Guard that are movement 4, make a movement 8. It can make the Spirits of the Mountains as well.
Yeah, I think actually the Spearman is going to be the one that surprises a lot of people, because especially when I was going through the list and thinking of what I wanted units to do, Spearman were the defensive ones.
Yeah.
But actually, this movement 6, this makes them movement 12.
Movement 12, they're like an anvil that literally just sit there, and you just move them 12 inches onto an objective and go on then.
I think they'll catch people out late game as well. Yeah. That late game, there's only like 3 or 4 left in the unit, and oh my god, they've now gone 12 inches over there. Whoa, what was that? The one thing about this spell, which again I like, because it shows Games Workshop aren't just copy and pasting, and it shows limitations. There's no fly. So, I'm thinking of Ian Spink and his flying pigs, where, and that caught me out in that game.
Move and they go
he flew all the way down to a bottom one and did something. You're not going to be able to fly over things, but still, with 28 inches, you're going to be able to shift pretty well.
Yeah.
So it's super powerful.
I think you'll see this in most lists. And the fact that it's not the unit that casts it gets it, so you don't have to have it on a specific unit to make them double the move, so you can just pick and choose what you want. I think that's going to be really, really good. And it wouldn't surprise me if you see this used on a couple of heroes or a couple of units, because then that way if you lose one of the heroes, then it's not that big a deal because you've still got another unit that can cast it.
You've always got Teclis if you take him.
That is true.
He knows all of these, like you said. So
Teclis is a trap.
Well, he is. And when I was writing a couple of lists and thinking of spells, there were a couple of spells I was like, yeah, I probably don't need to stick that on anybody because Teclis has got it. And then you think, well, did somebody kill Teclis turn 1? Now all of a sudden. Yeah.
So no, really good spell to start off with. The second one is Solar Flare. Solar Flare is a casting value of an 8, so it's pretty high. If it's successfully cast, you pick a point in the battlefield within 10 of the caster, invisible. If there's an endless spell at that point, it is dispelled, and if there is a unit at that point, you roll a number of dice equal to the models in that unit. For each 6, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound. In addition, this is a big spell, in addition, until your next hero phase, subtract 2 from casting, dispelling, and unbinding rolls for wizards within 12 of that point.
Yeah, it's a long one. I think
22-inch range to make wizards -2 the cast. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know
the endless spell bit.
Casting on an 8. I think.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, the endless spell bit I don't think is worth it because it's an 8. Because there aren't going to be many endless spells where you need an 8 in order to unbind it.
Yeah.
There are a few, so it might be, but in general, maybe not.
The dice models, if it was a 5-up or a 4-up, it would be like, I think it would value that casting value of an 8. On a 6-up, it's like, okay, great. Like, there's so many spells that do that, and you might do 1 or 2 wounds. It's like, that's a bit pointless. I think the main reason you use this is the -2 casting, dispelling, and unbinding.
100%. I think if the spell was written with that first, and then the other 2 is like, oh, by the way, these are bonuses, psychologically, this spell would seem so much better. But you're right. You think about it. Think about something like Zinch. Stick that in the middle of the Zinch army. Yes, they're super powerful and got buffs, but actually -2. It's not -1. It's -2, which is big.
Yeah. The thing is, though, so you pick a 10 inches from the caster, and it's 12 inches from there. That's 22 inches. So you're still not hitting their deployment line. And if you're like a Zinch army that does magic, a lot of the time on that first turn, you're castled up.
Not first turn, no, absolutely not first turn. But mid to late game, you stick this in there, or think about the character missions where you need a character on a deployment, on an objective. You stick it on the objective. All of a sudden, that character, and some certain armies where.
Yeah, but if you need it on the objective, if you're -2 the cast and dispel and that, it's like they're not going to care. Like, if you need them on the objective, you get them on the objective. It's not going to do anything else. Yeah,
but again, if you've got limited wizards, and all of a sudden they're at -2, but they have to be there because the objective's there. And I think it's powerful. I think you will see it in armies. I don't think you will see it in. It's not an obvious one, but I still think it's got quite a powerful thing. And again, like you say, hordes. 6-up's not massive, but a unit of 30, killing 5, it's not huge, but it's useful.
Yeah, I think if it was casting a 7, maybe. I don't know.
There's enough buffs to be able to do it.
Yeah.
I looked at it and thought 8, and then I thought of all the things I could do in order to get to 8, and I was like, yeah, no, it's not doable. Super difficult. But at the same time, like I say, the endless spell and 8 is the odd bit for me, because I suppose you don't. I'm just thinking some of the buffs are only to cast. So actually it's easier to get 8 on a cast than it is to maybe get 7 on a unbind. or dispel.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the benefit in it. I'm not sure. It's an odd one.
The next one is the Lambent Light. So this is a casting value of a 5. If successfully cast, you pick one enemy unit within 18 of the caster invisible to them. Until the next hero phase, you can reroll hit rolls for attacks made with missile weapons that target that unit. So
love it.
Yeah, you use the Aether Quartz Reserve to give yourself +1 to hit, and you're rerolling hits. You may as well just delete that unit off the table.
So the interesting thing here is it's not failed hits, it's hits.
Yes.
And as you'll see later on, Sentinels, which are the bow people,
you can fish for 5s or 6s to do more wounds.
Yeah, more wounds on a 5 or 6. So yeah, you're just going to roll your dice, pick all the 5s and 6s, and then roll them again.
Yeah.
You know, and for a lot of armies, and that's huge. If it was reroll failed, then it's still good. You know, especially like you see, you get +1 to hit and this and the other. But hey,
and not even that, you can. It's kind of because you do your rerolls before modifiers. You can actually take those ones that would miss and go, well, actually after the modifiers, and go, well, yeah, I'm just going to reroll them. But yeah, the cost of a 5 for rerolling hits is a extremely good thing, and I think it's probably half the reason Sentinels can only be taken in units of 20, because I think otherwise you would just see blocks and blocks of 30 archers. just deleting armies. So yeah, strong. I think you'll see that spell in every single army.
And like you say, 5 is low for most armies. For this army, 5 is it's not auto, but it's pretty close.
Pretty much, yeah. So the fourth spell is Ethereal Blessing. It's a casting value of a 6. If successfully cast, you pick one friendly Lumineth Realm-Lord unit wholly within 18 of the caster, invisible. Until your next hero phase, you ignore modifiers, positive or negative, when making save rolls. So basically, you make a unit ethereal for a turn, which is pretty decent.
They don't have super good saves. I think that I think you can. The Stone King is 3 up. But outside of the cowls, you don't have super. The Stone Guard at a 4 up, I think that's probably where you'd see this, because but again, you can get them ignoring Rend. So
you can make them ignore Rend 1, which
you can get that to Rend 2 using stuff later on.
Say that. You can make them ignore Rend 2. You can use an Aether Quartz Reserve to make them a 3-up save. Ignoring Rend 2 kind of is really good.
Yes, because Rend 3 makes them 4 up, but there's not going to be many Rend 3.
How many Rend 3 things do you see out there?
Yeah, so you can either be 4 up, ignoring all Rend, or 3 up, ignoring most Rend. You're going to go there. So, again, on the face of it, super powerful. How much will you see it? Yeah, don't know.
We'll see. Fifth one is Total Eclipse. Total Eclipse has a casting value of 8 again, so another high casting one. You successfully cast, and this is the reason why, until your next hero phase, your opponent must spend 2 command points to use a command ability instead of 1. I'm just going to laugh in Bone Reapers because we don't care about command points.
Yes. I think it's really good.
Every other army.
Yeah. It's really good because again, it's addressing what I was talking about. I think it can be more. So again, you Deepkin is my example. If I'm running Deepkin, I'm saving all my points until turn 3, and then I'm getting +3 on stuff. Well, you roll this out, and I'm only getting +1 because it's not halving it. If it was halving it, then maybe I get +2. But this is saying 2, so
it's absolutely bonkers. Like it's.
But then Gits and stuff like that, and they say OBR that run it. Yeah.
Let's be honest. How many Gits armies do you see on the tables? Like that are properly competitive.
True, but again, Ian running Bone Reapers seems to get quite a few command points for this. Do a dance here, do a dig here. There are a few armies that seem to be able to.
So it's like Bone Reapers, like Ian said.
Bone Splitters. Too many bones.
Yeah.
So yeah, it feels like there are a few armies that can milk it a bit more. Cities is another one where you can get to a point where you got quite a few. So outside of those ones, but yeah, it's super powerful.
Yeah.
Most armies aren't going to be stacking them.
You'll see this in, I think, most lists, and I think it will be cast almost most games. Like, I wouldn't see why you wouldn't. I mean, casting value, like I said, of an 8 looks tough in this army, not as tough. And yeah, just I would hate to face that. Just knowing that if you want to do that, you've got to spend 2 command points, or think about it, you have 3-inch charge and you roll that double 1, then you've got to spend 2 command points to make the charge.
Yes.
Yeah. That's where it's going to be that's going to hurt you massively.
And again, it comes to bravery as well. So you're talking about, well, you don't care about bravery because you're just going to, you've got 2 units that normally you would just be like, oh, spend a command point there, spend a command point there. They're now getting a load of bravery debuffs, and actually that costs you 4 command points. Well, you don't have that. Hang on. What are you going to do?
Exactly. It's it's stupidly. I think that and Speed of High-ish are definitely the standout spells in this lore. Maybe the next
Lambent
one.
Light is a standout. The
Which
next one, the Lambent Light. Rerolling hits. I think that's
and probably the next. To be fair, it's a really strong spell lore. So the next one is Protection of High-ish. Again, a casting value of an 8, but if it's successfully cast until your next hero phase, roll a dice each time you allocate a wound or mortal wound to a friendly unit wholly within 9 of that caster. On a 5-up, you ignore that wound or mortal wound. But the spell cannot be cast in the same hero phase of Protection of Teclis, which we'll cover in a bit.
Yeah.
Super solid, I think, but I mean, wholly within 9 is quite tough.
That's the limitation. Wholly within 9, but then you're doing probably Shining Company, so you're not really spread out so much anyway. Yeah. There's a few things in the book that encourage you to go to a defensive castle. Again, this is one of those. I kind of touched on it before. The rumour at the moment, and like I say, rumours, so we may find out it's not true, but you're not going to be able to stack after wound saves, and this is quite a good example of it's already saying that. So it kind of backs that up, which
it backs it up, but it also says you just cannot cast at the same phase, so it stops you having that, like basically just putting Teclis on one side of the table, one of your wizards on the other side, and just having your whole army ignoring it.
Yeah, no, that's true.
That was the way I was looking at it, of just like, it stops you just going the whole army's got a 5 off, ignoring everything. So yeah, it's really strong. I think the whole spell lore has a place.
I don't think you'll see that one as much. Is my honest answer, because it's an 8, which I know you can do things to get some bonuses, but I think the majority of one of the main ways of doing that is Teclis. And I think you would you'd use the Teclis spell because I think that's got a bigger range. So I don't know. Interesting to see whether or not we do see that. It's a 5+ is massive, but it, like I say, wholly within 9.
That's true.
It's a bit difficult.
So yeah, I think, like we said, I think most of those spells will have a place in the army. Definitely.
It's not a bad one.
Yeah.
Solar Flare is the slightly confusing one, but I wouldn't class it as particularly bad.
Definitely. And the next spell lore is Lore of the High Peak. So Teclis knows all of these spells as well. I should have said he knows the spells of all 12 spells, which is amazing.
He knows everything. Everything.
So Teclis knows this, and the Larth wizards as well. So these are, as we mentioned, the Stone Mage, and who else am I thinking of? The Stone. There's too many stone people.
Yep.
Spirits of Mountain. No, he's not a wizard, is he?
No, I was just looking at that because the Stone Guard aren't. But I thought the Spirit of the Mountain was, but he doesn't have the wizard.
No, he's not.
One.
So this is only a Stone Mage.
Oh, there you go.
There you go then. So again, there are 6 spells, and we have the very first one, which is Unyielding Calm. So it's casting value of a 4, which is super low. Pick one friendly unit wholly within 18, and you just don't take a battle shock test for that unit.
It's good. It's one unit though. That was the bit that, I mean, it's 4, so you wouldn't expect more for a casting value of 4. But
to be fair, you can have a big unit of cavalry, cast it on that, cast Speed of Light on them, send them 28 inches, and just go on then, go cause carnage. Don't worry about battle shock. And it's until your next hero phase as well. So if you get double turn, if you lose a turn, then you still got that unit like in there, not having to worry about battle shock.
Yeah, no, I can see it will have a place. And it kind of goes with that whole ignoring battle shock. You know, wow, I've taken -1 because I've used my Aether. Well, I don't care.
Yeah. The next one is Crippling Vertigo, which has a casting value of 6. If you successfully cast, you pick one enemy unit wholly within 18 of the caster, invisible to them. To your next hero phase, you roll 2d6 before that unit makes a normal move, a charge move, or a pile-in move, and if it's greater than the unit's bravery characteristic, cannot make that move. I love this, because it's done on bravery characteristic, and as we've been talking, there's quite a few ways to lower that bravery characteristic of a unit. So,
there are certain units that spring to mind that you think, wow, this is really going to hurt. Deepkin is a perfect example. You're only bravery 6. All of a sudden, you can get that -1. There are a couple of other bravery debuffs, and so let's say the bravery 5. All of a sudden, you've got to roll less than 5. Is it 5 or less?
No, if you roll greater than the unit's bravery.
Yeah, so you want to roll 5 or less in order to be able to move.
Yeah.
So, that's gonna.
It's a move, a charge, or a pile-in. So.
Yeah, that's gonna mess with people's day.
Yeah, it's I really like that one. I mean, it's still, you've got to pick a unit wholly within 18 of the caster, so they are going to be pretty close to you anyway. But yeah, by that point, hopefully you've dropped their bravery a bit, and then they're kind of just stuck in place. So I think you'll see that quite a bit, and I think there'll be quite a few times where that might win you the game in certain places, where they just cannot charge you onto an objective, or they cannot kind of just move. Or even the pile-in, they might be able to make the charge, but if they can't get the pile-in and get more models onto an objective, etc., it's that could be quite big.
Yeah, that would be really annoying. You pass it, you do your charge. The way things pan out, you're not getting enough in, but don't worry about it because I can pile in 3 inches. Then you roll that. I can see that bit being missed quite a bit.
Yeah,
I can see people forgetting that they've then got to roll it for the pirate. You'll make the charge. Yes, I passed it. Excellent, and then.
Especially when it's paired with the next one, Voice of the Mountains. Casting value of a 6. It's successfully cast until the end of the turn. Subtract 2 from the bravery characteristic of enemy units. Then, until your next hero phase, subtract 1 from the bravery characteristic of enemy units instead. So can you see a combo there?
Yeah. So this is turn. So this is player turn rather than round.
End of your turn. Yeah, so until the end of your turn, it's -2 bravery. But then until your next hero phase, it's -1 bravery.
Yeah. Which, again, I quite like that kind of like 2 and then goes down to 1. It doesn't disappear completely, and then it. So yeah, might make them -2. They're already at -1 because they've been Aether Court bounced. So that's -3. Even if you're leadership 10. Getting -3 on leadership 10 makes you leadership 7. That's, you're almost 50-50 at that point.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I can't wait to see that combo go off. And someone just going, I hate mountain guys. But yeah, that is crazy. I think that's going to be a amazing thing. And the fact that it's just no range, it's literally just, everyone's -2 bravery.
And bravery's kind of been kicked out, like you say, because there's so many ways to auto pass battle shock, but it's actually, these are the things that you can't auto pass it.
Yeah,
You can't ignore it.
it's just happened.
Yeah.
The next one is Living Fissure. Fissure? I can't pronounce that word. Fissure.
Fissure.
Fissure. It's got a casting value of a 6. It's successfully cast. You pick 1 point on the battlefield within 9 of the caster, and it's visible to them, and draw an imaginary straight line between that point and the closest part of the caster's base. You roll a dice for each unit that models pass across the line. On a 2-up, they suffer D3 mortal wounds. It's okay. I think it's situational, because chances are, if you're screening your heroes properly, you're going to hit your own heroes as well. You're going to hit your own units as well.
Yeah, it's
9
so.
inches as well is.
Yeah, there's potential trick here, and it's a bit of the way some people used to play Zinch, where you kill your own unit to then get the bravery debuff, which you'll see later on, where you can bounce bravery.
Yeah.
So you can force somebody else to take a bravery test with your losses as such. There is, I can see this being used as a very janky way. On the face of it, no, but when you think about
Rules
some
is
of the
written.
combos you can, some of the combos later on, you do your line against you can then bounce those losses onto something else and force them to take bravery test. There's all sorts of things with this combined with that. Now that rule is from the Cathalar, and this is a mountain rule, and I don't think you'll see that many crossovers, but you could set this up for that.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you still got roll a 2-up, which, I mean, I'm notorious for rolling
never
ones,
guaranteed.
so,
Yeah.
And then D3 mortal wounds as well is swingy.
Yeah.
I don't think you'll see it that often. I think crippling vertigo and voice in the mountains is just too big to give up against living fissure.
True.
But
it's the kind of thing that you want to remember if you've got Teclis in your list.
Yes. Yeah.
Just like, again, just one to remember, one to be aware of, people.
The next one is Entomb. So Entomb has a casting of 7. If successfully cast, you pick 1 enemy unit within 18 inches of the caster and visible to them. Roll a dice. If it's greater than the model's wound characteristic, that model is slain. If the roll of a 6 and is not greater than the wound characteristic, the model suffers D6 mortal wounds. So if you're facing a Lumineth kind of face-off, it's a way of getting rid of those little champions from units so they can't cast their spells.
Yep. OBR is another one, because you can only use your fake command points with your with your champions.
With the Hecatos,
there's quite a few bits and pieces where you're taking out great maces out of some Stormcast units.
Picking models out of lines to lose half the unit for coherency.
Yep, absolutely. So, it's a good one. It's 18 inches as well, which is decent. And it's also not bad on when you get to the 2 to 4 range models.
Yeah.
So, 4 wound model, yes, 5 up is not a guarantee, but at the end of the day, a 1 in 3 chance to kill a 4 wound model. Not bad.
Yeah. I like also that you've also got a chance of doing mortal wounds to like other models. I know you need to roll a 6, but there's a few whereabouts it's just doesn't do anything. So having that extra bit for a
It is, but sod's law, isn't it? You'll roll that 6, and then you're right, now D6 mortal wounds 1. There's part of me that wishes that it just converted to 3 or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, pretty tasty. Again, I don't think you'll see it that often, but like I say, if you've got Teclis, you can cast it, so it might become like a vital point at some point that you need to use. And the final spell for the spell lore is Assault of Stone. So Assault of Stone has a casting value of 8, so it's another high cast one. If successfully cast, you pick 1 unit wholly within 1 enemy unit wholly within 24 inches of the castable. If the caster invisible to them, and roll a number of dice equal to the casting roll. So you're going to be rolling a minimum of 8. For each roll that is less than the unit's save characteristic, the unit suffers 1 wound. rolls of 1 or 2 always fail to inflict a mortal wound on the target. As a save characteristic of nothing counts as 6 for the purposes of this rule. For a casting value of 8, I don't really like it, especially when results of 1 or 2 fail.
Yeah, it's the 1 and 2 that fail, and because it's the best you're going to get is half of them, 50%, because a 6 is going to fail, 1 and 2 is going to fail, even on the lowest save.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an odd one, because when I first read it, I was getting really excited until I read the 1 and 2 always fail, and then you're just like,
what's the point? Yeah.
yeah. Now again, you get some buffs. So if you roll high, let's say you roll your 10 and you're getting some buffs in there, maybe you're rolling 12, 13 dice, maybe.
Yeah.
But if the unit you're targeting's got a 6 or a 6-up save or a dash, it's probably not going to be a particularly good unit.
It's very situational, and I don't really like it. Like, when you look at the other, I think Crippling Vertigo and Voice of the Mountains are the 2 key ones in this one. I think the others are okay, but they're not that great. I think when you compare it against Law of Haish, where 5, or you could argue 6 of them are all solid. These ones, there's 2 that stand out, and the rest are.
Yeah, I think they do have some synergy with if you go full mountain as such. But it's nowhere near as strong as the other law. I think, again, it kind of plays into why Teclis, is he a trap? Is he super powerful? Having the ability to use these as and when you want. You talk about the situational. Not having to pick them at the start of the battle is really useful, because there are going to be times where actually you start there going, what can I do? Ooh, that will really help in this odd situation once per 5 tournaments.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. They're nowhere near as strong, and I think if you're not going to be running that many stone mages, so you're running stone mages. You're going to go for that. So yeah, it's a bit of an odd one.
Yeah. But overall, spells are pretty solid.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see what some of the combos people think up, and kind of stories of what happened on the table. So looking forward to that. But let's get into the Great Nations, because I'm very aware that we have been going on for
far too long,
an hour and a half now, and we're not even on the Warscrolls. So I think this is going to be a super bumper episode, but I don't mind that because it's a Battletome review. So I'd rather do that than just blast through and not really talk about it. So we'll move on to the Great Nations now, and we've got the Great Nation of apologies for botching these words, but they haven't really helped us here. Metrica.
I call them Eumetrica, but I'm renowned for being terrible with pronunciation. So
honestly, they don't even have a way of pronouncing it. It's just we'll go with that. So this is the mountain, basically the mountain army, the Great Nation that you choose if you're choosing mountain units. And so the first ability is Mountain Realm. So the Enduring of Rock battle trait, you change the realm rend characteristic for -2, which is absolutely solid.
Yep. So instead of ignoring -1 rend, you're now ignoring -2 rend, which, if you're going to use mountain people, you want to take this Great Nation and you want to put that on, and you want to put your stance on, and you're loving it.
You're just going to be there, basically ignoring most rend for the whole game. Command ability, Redoubled Force. You can use it at the end of the combat phase. If you do so, you pick one friendly Alarith unit that has forced an enemy unit to move using the Tectonic Force battle trait for the first time in that phase, and that's wholly within 18 of a hero. You can use the Tectonic Force battle for a second time by picking one other enemy unit within one of that unit. It's okay. It's like we said, that kind of trait is a bit janky anyway, so if you're in combat with 2 units and force on both units to move back, you're then doubling the time it takes to move everything.
Yeah, it's going to be a time sink, but again, it's if you wanted to clear that objective,
Yes,
it could help.
Yeah. The command trait, so the general has to take this command trait. So if you've got a Stone Mage or the Cavalier as your general, then they've got to take this. When the general fights, which they don't want to be fighting, instead of piling and attacking, you can say they will unleash an almighty blow. You pick one enemy unit within an inch, roll a dice, and a 2+, they suffer D3 mortal wounds. Great. It is.
Yeah, when I first read this, I very much great rubbish. But when you think that neither of those Warscrolls, and we'll get onto them, are particularly strong in combat, and like you say, you don't want them in combat, it maybe gives you a little bit of a...
It does, but...
It helps you out a little bit. It's not one that you would choose. If you didn't have to take it, you probably wouldn't take it, would you?
Yeah, 2 up the do D3 mortal wounds is... Yeah. Like you say, if they're in combat, they're dead, so it's...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, great, okay, they might blast something for 1 or 2 mortal wounds before they die, but... yeah, it is what it is. I would have quite liked that if it said, like, a Stone Mage that's your general has to take that trait, because then you could have taken the Cavalier as your general or something, but it's, yeah. Artifact of Power, the first Ymetrika hero to receive an artifact must be given the Mountain's Gift. You pick one of the bearer's melee weapons. Once per phase, you can add 1 to the damage inflicted by one attack made by that weapon. In addition, you roll a dice each time you allocate a wound or mortal wound to the bearer, and on a 6+, it's negated. In addition, each time the bearer is affected by a spell or end of spell, on a 5+, it ignores that spell. It's a kind of jack of all trades, master of none. The melee weapon, who cares? Because, like we said, 9 times out of 10, if they're in combat, they're probably dead, and they're probably going to be doing the 2+ D3 mortal wounds anyway. The 6-up shrug, yeah, there's spells which do it better. And the 5+ ignore spells, it's okay.
It's all okay, isn't it? And yeah, at times in this book, it feels like certain Warscrolls didn't make it.
Yeah.
Do you know, the a couple of times I've read it and thought, was there meant to be a powerful combat character in here? You know, Light of Athorian is that character, but he can't take these.
Can't take anything.
Yeah. So it's almost as if, was he not originally meant to be a named character and they were going to put these on him? Or, yeah, odd.
Strange one. But yeah, like we said, I mean, you're mainly using that if you're using a mountain army for ignore Ren 2. Like, that's the big thing there. The rest is all situational and okay. The next nation is Iliatha?
No. Sorry, you've got wrong order. Next one is CR.
Right, sorry, that is me trying to organise yes, the Great Nation of CR. So the abilities is Gleaming Brightness. CR units start with 2 Aether Quartz reserves instead of 1. That's really good. The only thing I'd say is you're still only limited to using 1 per phase.
So read on.
Yes. So, okay. I should probably cover it all and then we can go for it. Yeah.
I was going to say.
So, command ability, Deplete Reserves. You can use this command ability when a friendly CR unit uses an Aether Quartz reserve, even if any friendly CR units have already done so in that turn. If you do so, pick one unit that is Aether Quartz reserve and is wholly within 18 of a hero, and you can use that. So, yeah, you can use 2 per phase, which is a bit better. You can kind of buff 2 shooting units. You can give 2 units +1 save. 2 wizards could get the benefit, I suppose.
Yeah, and I think there's an FAQ required because I'm not... Different people have different opinions on this one, but you potentially can use it on the same unit?
Yeah, you could do.
And then the question is, do these things stack? So can you get plus
+2
2?
to hit.
Well, no, +2 save as well.
Oh, +2 set, yeah.
It's Teclis get a 2-up.
No, that's true. I mean, it's still a command ability, so you've still got to spend your command points to do it. So you're only really going to be doing it a couple of times a game.
Yep, not going to do it loads.
But yeah, it's good. I quite like having 2 A for Quartz reserves because you might have that one unit that needs to do a couple of bits, or you might want to make I don't know,
makes you making choices. A
bit easier. Yeah.
Yes, it's less of a concern. If I use it in this phase, in this turn, I don't have it for the rest of the battle. You can use them. You can be a lot more aggressive with them.
Definitely. The command trait is Goading Arrogance. At the start of the combat phase, you pick one enemy hero within 6 of this general. That hero can only target this general in that phase. In addition, you can add 1 to hit rolls for attacks that target that enemy hero. I like it. Still a little bit situational because you've still got to be within 6 of the general. You've got to have an enemy hero within 6 of that general, and like you said, you've not really got a combat hero to want to be within 6 of a general.
Well, you stick him behind your line of spearmen or the other guys, and he's going to be within 6. He stops somebody from fighting.
He does.
And that can be huge. You think of the powerful heroes that are out there. You could potentially stop one of those super powerful heroes from fighting at all. Gottrek's come charging in. Sorry, Gottrek. It's taken you 3 turns to walk across the battlefield with your 4-inch move, but now you've got to fight me. I can't fight you because you're more than 3 inches away. Unlucky.
To be fair, though, any competent player that knows that you've got that, you're not going to move Gottrek within 6 of him. If you know what I mean.
I do, but again, I think a lot of this is that compact castle.
Yeah, so they've got to come towards you. And
now some missions, yes, you've got to go to objectives and all of that, but because one of the things that I'm covering in a minute, but you can bridge a lot of this army. So there's always that thing where you can use the bridge turn 1, stick yourself in the middle of the table in a castle.
Yeah.
So I agree it's situational, and I agree, you don't want to, but I could see this being really annoying for some people. And it goes back to what I said at the start. This army will make certain people cry in certain matchups. It's going to be that one that you hear, did you hear what Realm lost? Yeah, he stopped me from
Yeah.
Charged my Stonehorn in, and my Stonehorn couldn't do anything. Oh, unlucky. But it's only 6 inches. Why did you chuck your Stonehorn next to that character?
Yeah. So the artifact of power is the Perfect Blade. You pick one of the bearer's melee weapons. An unmodified hit roll with a 3 is always a success. An unmodified wound roll with a 3 is always a success. And a unmodified save roll of a 3 or less for an attack made by that weapon always fails.
Another odd one, really, isn't it? It feels like they're exploring new ways to write rules. This is definitely not a copy paste from previous.
Yeah, I don't know who you put this on though, because
again, it's with all of them, isn't it? It feels like there should be this
big
combat character somewhere, and I don't know what happened to it.
Doesn't get it, but
no.
Yeah, it's okay. It's for that. I think you're basically using the command abilities and the gleaming brightness. So you have 2A for Quartz. The rest is situational and okay. Which is the next great nation then? It is the great nation
Iliatha?
Iliatha. Go on, Em.
I don't know.
So the abilities Soulbound. You add 2 to the bravery characteristics of units, which is pretty tasty. It's kind of just gives them that extra bit of bravery buff that we've kind of talked about in the past.
It's only units, isn't it? It's not characters.
No, because I don't know how that works. No, because the character's still a unit.
Venarian and Mathari?
Venarian.
So,
But I mean,
yeah, it's not
bravery
all of them.
characteristics on heroes, it doesn't really matter. They're not taking battle shock tests.
No.
You kind
Quite interestingly, yeah, so the cows, big cows are 10 and they don't get it, but the Stone Mage, who isn't a 10, he's only an 8, does get it.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
okay. I think it's more for your big blocks of spears, etc., and ways of kind of keeping them around a bit more. They also have Unity of Purpose, and this is after a friendly Venari unit uses a command ability, you can pick one other Venari unit within 3 inches of that unit. If you do so, the other unit can also use that command ability without spending any command points.
So not only are you telling your opponent he's got to spend 2 command points in order to get something off, you're now spending half a command point to get something off.
So that's pretty solid. I quite like that. They also have a command ability, which is Strike in Unison. Use this command ability in your shooting phase or in your combat phase. If you do so, pick one friendly Venari unit with 2 or more models. You can reroll hit rolls of 1 for that unit. So I quite like this because it's a bit like the GHB one, but there's no range.
Yep.
So you can just use it. And it doesn't say that you need a hero, so...
So,
this is a question. Do you need a hero to do a command ability? You do.
So, well, this is what I've read online, so take a pinch of salt, people. Always with a pinch of salt. I think there has to be a hero on the battlefield.
I think that's just core rules 101.
Units can use it.
Yeah. So it's not too bad. I quite like
it. It's good.
I think part of it's... Yeah, I can probably see you using it on Sentinels or... you know what? I know I've said it before. The Dawn Riders at speed of high E shit, everything. You just buff them up and then you just...
Yeah, I mean, you can get the Sentinels from a 3 up. You give them +1, goes to 2 up. You're re-rolling ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you've got Lambent Light, which is re-roll everything. So, yeah.
It's not too bad. This Great Nation doesn't have a command trait, though, so you can pick one of those command traits that we went through earlier.
Yes, this is the one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wardens is another one. So Wardens are hitting on a 3 up as standard. So this, and you can make them go to 2 up. So then this is, re-rolling ones. So that's again, not bad.
Yeah. And they have an artifact power called the Simulacra Amulet. I'm going to go with that. Why not? So the first time the bearer is slain, before removing them from the battlefield, roll a dice. On a 1 to 3, the bearer is slain. On a 4 to 6, it's not slain. All wounds are allocated to them are healed, and any wounds currently remaining to be allocated are negated. So they kind of just come back to life on a 4 up, which is quite nice.
So much better than the 6 up one that we covered earlier.
Yes, definitely. So I can see people using that nation. It's kind of a quite straightforward nation, to be honest. I think the one thing I have just thought of, you can have 2 big blocks of archers, and you have 2 heroes, and you basically do the command ability to reroll ones to hit, and you use the Unity of Purpose, so 2 heroes can make the 2 units reroll ones to hit. Does that make sense?
Why do you need the 2 heroes? You only need 1 hero for it.
Well, no, because the Unity of Purpose says after a friendly Venari unit uses a command ability, you can pick one other friendly Venari unit within 3.
But again, the hero doesn't have to do it. So the hero has to be on the board, but the unit can do Strike in Unison.
Right, okay, yeah.
And then the other unit can do Strike in Unison.
That's cool. Yeah. So yeah, that's quite a nice little...
That's my reading of it again.
Yeah. I think a couple of these need a bit of just an FAQ to properly clarify it. And we have one last one, which is the Great Nation of Zytrek.
Yep.
And they have the Lambent Mystics. You add 1 to the first casting, dispelling, and unbinding roll you make for each friendly wizard in each hero phase. In addition, each wizard knows one extra spell from the appropriate spell lore. Pretty tasty. Just giving yourself +1 to cast and dispel and unbind each hero phase for each wizard is really good.
Most of the wizards have only really got one cast anyway, so really good.
And knowing the extra spell as well is always good because it just lets you fill up those, kind of letting you caddy a
toolbox, isn't it?
Yeah. It gives you kind of 3 or 4 chances of having speed of highish, for example, or you can just have them spread out across the table depending where you want them.
It's only the heroes, and in most of the lists that I've written, you don't have many heroes.
Fair enough.
But still, it's a bonus. But yeah, it doesn't go to the units because I read it to start with. It went on all the units and then I reread it.
The command trait is the general. It has fast learner, so the general can attempt to unbind 1 extra spell in the enemy hero phase. In addition, the second time that this general attempts to unbind a spell, the same enemy hero phase, you can re-roll the unbinding roll. I quite like it.
Again, really, I mean, all of this is the magic heavy nation, isn't it?
Yeah, I think if I was playing against that, I would just roll the spell that I definitely need to go off first, so we can't re-roll the unbinding, if you know what I mean, and then waste the second unbinding on something that I'm not fussed about.
But it's the second time the general.
So he can attempt to unbind twice. So the first time he unbinds, he can just unbind, and if it fails, it fails. Then the second time he tries to unbind a spell, he can re-roll that unbinding.
Somebody else could decide to unbind it.
Yeah.
So you kind of push your unbind out first. Doesn't matter what they decide to cast. You go, right, my general's going to dispel that, as long as you're in range, of course. And then you just wait until that spell that you know your opponent wants to use comes up, and then you go, right, I'm using his second one now.
Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty good one. The artifact is the Gift of Selenar. So you roll a dice each time you allocate a wound or mortal wound to the bearer. You add 2 to the roll if Teclis is part of your army or on the battlefield. It's quite interesting because it's kind of saying, well, yeah, you kind of want him on a 6-up, that wound or mortal wound is negated, so you can have that 4-up, ignore wound or mortal wound if Teclis is there.
Yeah, because Selenar is the creature. I don't know what the hell it is, but the creature that he's on.
Yes.
So I know it's if Teclis is there, but essentially it's if his creature is there.
Mount is there. So that's pretty good. I think it makes a few things survivable.
Well, 4-up. So again, this, if you've been able to, or if you still can, you stack this.
If you could stack it, it would be great, but
with that
going away,
Teclis thing, but even so, it's 4-up, so you're going to take this ahead of the Teclis or the protection of Haish anyway, because it's that bit better if you got Teclis on the board.
And instead of a command ability, all Zytric wizards know the following additional spell called Overwhelming Heat. So Overwhelming Heat has a casting value of a 7. You pick one enemy unit wholly within 24 and visible to them. You halve the move characteristic of that unit until your next hero phase, and then roll a dice. If it's equal to or greater than the unit's save characteristic, the unit suffers D3 mortal wounds.
Really like it.
This could really, really kind of combo well with the Vertigo spell. It's not only halving their move, but you've also got a chance that they just don't move.
Yep, no, absolutely. But yeah, 24 inches, it's a decent range.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a 7, but as we've said, you can get some pretty easy buffs to that. But yeah, half in move characteristics is pretty big, especially those turn 1 alphas. Definitely. If you can stop that Stonehorn getting across the board, or those eels getting across the board, or some of the other ones that like to just charge across open field, it makes a big difference.
And especially with it being a 24-inch range as well. It's that's a kind of, like you said, it's not a turn 1 because 24 inches, you've got to be wholly within 24, and most of the deployment zones are 24-inch difference. But there are a few deployment zones
18,
where
aren't
you're
they?
18. So
18 or 24.
if you know,
Some of them where they're 21.7 or something like
yeah,
that.
and some of them, so, like if you know that your opponent's got that, then it's going to force you back.
And the beauty of it is, it's all of them.
Yeah,
So it's not, you've got one character there,
that you
I
can
just need to
deploy
stay
around.
24 away from him.
Every single
It's,
model.
yeah, basically, well again, champions,
every
but yeah,
hero,
every
champion.
unit.
Yeah, so I really like it. I think you'll see that Great Nation used quite a bit.
That's what I'm going with. I actually did it based off pictures to start with,
Right.
which one I actually like the color scheme for, because I was quite tempted by, from a rules perspective, I was more tempted by Thayer and having the extra Aether Quartz.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be super powerful, but I preferred the color scheme. And then as I was reading through, I went back through it and I started building armies around it. And I think, he says this is in the fluff for it, this is the one that Teclis likes to wander around in the most.
Yeah.
But actually, the combo of him and them works really well. So, at least to start with, that's what I'm playing around with, is these guys with Teclis.
Excellent. Well, that is everything before we actually hit the Warscrolls, which has been quite a bit, but like we said, we kind of wanted to give our own competitive take on each thing rather than just breezing over them. But what we'll do, we'll take a quick break there, and we'll be back with the big things, which are the Warscrolls. And we're back from the break. So we're going to do the most important thing now, and that is the Warscrolls. Truth be told, this is actually night number 2 because we didn't realise how long this podcast was going to take. But we know what we're talking about, and we've gone through the Warscrolls, so it should be fine. So up first is the big man himself, and it is the 660 point hero Teclis on the Selenar Spirit of Haish.
Funny looking animal.
Yes, I'm not entirely too sure what it's meant to be. It's called a human. The Lunar Sphinx Selenar.
Yeah.
So
it's a Lunar Sphinx.
Lunar
obviously.
Sphinx, yeah.
You've not seen one of them before.
No, it's a shame you didn't get that as a model by itself. Like it's a separate unit, but it's a pretty big model, so I can't see them putting another one of them in, especially when they've got the mountain models as well.
Yeah.
So he's got 16 wounds and 4 up save, which it's okay. It's not the probably 3 up save that you would expect with a kind of god, but obviously you've got the Aether Quartz reserved to make that a 3 up in one phase. He does have some survivability, which we'll talk about in a bit. Movement, he starts at 12 move and it degrades all the way down to 4-inch move once he's taken about 14 wounds. So even when he's taken 10 wounds, he's still movement 8, so he's pretty quick and he can fly as well, so it's not too bad. He is on a huge base though, so you're going to struggle to fly over. Kind of
positioning things is going to be tricky, definitely.
Yes. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he's played. I expect he'll be kind of surrounded by a unit of Warden Spearmen.
Yeah.
Just to give
probably some Sentinels as well.
Yeah, probably. They just castle up. He's got 1 missile weapon, which is actually just 18 inches range, 1 attack, 2s and 2s, -3 rend, and d6 damage. It's a better Gaze of Nagash.
It's good. It's a bonus, isn't it? At the end of the day, you're not buying him for that. It's just the D6.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna get it sometimes where you think, oh, just kill that character, and you roll a 1 and it doesn't do it. But every now and then you're gonna get the 6 on it, and you can think that's wonderful. It's gonna go through 2s, -3, but it's just the damage is a bit swingy.
Yeah. So you compare him against Nagash, and Nagash does a 12-inch range. Hits on 3s, wounds on 2s, -1 rend, d6 damage. It's like, okay. I'm trying to I'm trying to compare him to Nagash, but
Nagash is just that bit more survivable, isn't he? He's got he's not easy to take down. I think the thing about Teclis is, as you say, 16 wounds, it's okay, but 4-up save, yes, you could spend it and get it to a 3-up save in one phase, not one turn, one phase of the entire game. And then after that, I think they didn't give him 3-up probably because there's the ethereal spell. Yeah. And if you were to give him a 3-up ethereal could be pretty solid. I think it's the lack of the automatic after wound save that's the concern with him.
True. He's got 2 melee weapons. The one is the Sword of Teclis, which is just 2 attacks, 4s and 2s, -3 D3 damage, so it's kind of nothing really. You're going to get 1 through most times, and D3 damage, it's nothing to shout home about. And then Selenar has the Moonbright Talons, so it starts with 6 attacks and goes down to 2, depending on how wounded it is. Hits on 3s, wounds on 3s, -2 damage and -2 rend and 2 damage. So he's not really a combat.
No, he's not combat, but I can see him being used late game. If he's still got quite a few wounds, I can see him being used late game as a double move, long shot, clear a load of chaff on an objective.
Yeah. But yeah, you still, I mean, okay, you can make him hit on 2s, I suppose, if you've still got your Aether Quartz, which I doubt you probably will do at that point. If you're in the Great Nation that gives you 2, then maybe you might have a extra 1.
Yep.
But yeah, you're not really going to be using him properly as a offensive piece. It's more all of his lovely little abilities that he's got going on for him.
Yes.
So, Teclis is a wizard. Shock horror. I didn't know how many who would know that. And he has the special ability called Archmage. So, at the start of your hero phase, you must say whether he's going to cast 1, 2, or 4 spells. If you cast 1, then it's automatically cast and you cannot unbind it. Cool.
Tasty?
It's not tasty. It's just like, it's just...
It's the only one in the game, as far as I'm aware, where it automatically goes off.
Yes, you've got...
Other than the spell in a bottle automatically go off.
Yes, it does, yeah, for Caradron. So that automatically goes off, but I mean, that is literally once per game, not once per turn.
True.
And it's one endless spell, it's not a spell of his choosing.
Yeah, but I don't, as powerful as it sounds, I don't think you'll see it that often, because you're essentially bringing your 660 point model to cast 1 spell per turn.
True. But
because like you say, he's not going to do that much attacking. He's going to sit in a castle. His shooting attack's okay, but swingy. And if you go with this,
you will see that 1 spell cast go off late game, and potentially for one of his spells, which I'll talk about a bit later. And that'll be the kind of that last defense when he's kind of up in the enemy's faces. He'll cast that.
Unless you're against something like Nagash or maybe Zinch, Croak, something like that, then I don't see why you would use it, and we'll get into the next bit as to what I think you will use instead.
So if you decide to cast 2 spells, then they're automatically cast with a casting value of a 12. Enemy wizards can attempt to unbind these spells. So you're literally looking at a Lord of Change, looking for a 6 that's got a +1 to dispel.
Yeah.
Going off.
So, you could sit on Arcane and maybe get it.
True.
But it's few and far between. And again...
no, you can't put it on Arcane because it's a casting roll of a 12 that cannot be modified, so you can't get a +1.
No, I mean, you can... Because Arcane gives you a +1 to dispel as well.
Oh, sorry, if you're an enemy wizard. Yeah, of course, yeah.
So if you're an enemy wizard, you could dispel it with a double 6. But I think this is probably going to be the one that gets used the most.
Yes.
Like you say, you've got the Lord of Change, who's getting his +1 anyway, and he only needs 1 6 on 2 dice. So he's got a better chance, but not a great chance. So unless it's something you have to get off, I think this is what you'll see a lot.
Definitely. And if you choose up to 4 spells, then again they're automatically cast, but their casting roll is a 10 plus, which, as we kind of went through the spell lore, a lot of those spells are on 8s. So getting that, just saying, right, those 4 are going off, it's casting a 10, great. You need an 11 or a 12, then that's pretty good.
I think this will. So in between recordings, I had a quick game, and this is the one I used.
Right.
Unless you've got powerful wizards. I mean, there are armies that just don't run wizards. I mean, my Deepkin, I don't have any wizards in. You might have 1 or 2, small characters that can do a bit of magic, but chances are they're going to be out of range to start with, and then as they get a bit closer, you're going to pick them off anyway. So that's probably, for me, unless I'm playing a super strong magic army, or the game depends on this one spell going off, I'm going to be using that most of the time. If I can get 3 and 1 of them gets dispelled, fair enough. That's still better than 2.
Definitely.
Unless you have to get it off as such.
Yeah. There's already been a few questions on Twitter of what happens if, like, a wizard has to reroll casting. Does Teclis have to reroll the casting? Because
so you're talking about Khorne quite often.
Khorne and Blood Secretor will make you reroll casting successful casts. So I'm sure there'll be an FAQ, and I'm sure it will probably go in the way of Teclis.
I would have thought so, but you never know with Games Workshop.
I do quite like that you've got Nagash, who's the Lord of Undeath, who's meant to be like one of the most powerful wizards in the world, and he can't automatically cast. And Teclis has rocked up going, no, just watch what I can do, it's fine.
Yeah, I quite like it though, in that
you do, you're a Lumineth player.
Well, I haven't fully pledged my allegiance yet. I like what Games Workshop have done in that they haven't just copied Nagash. Teclis is a super powerful wizard.
Yeah.
Croker's a super powerful wizard. They've found a way to the not copying Nagash. Yes, he can do that one spell that can't be unbound, but then, as I say, it's one spell and you're paying 660 points for one spell.
True.
Is that really a worthwhile investment? Yes, there could be times, again, situational, and it gives you the flexibility. So depending on who you're facing, depending on when you need it, it's great. But I think I can't see myself using that if I use Teclis that often.
That's fair enough. I'll quote you on that when we play and you use it every turn to do something. So yeah, that's his Archmage ability. It's pretty strong. Like I said, it will be interesting to see the kind of tactics of when to use each kind of different version. And yeah, like you said, you might face an army that doesn't have any wizards, and then you're literally just going, well, I'll just cast 4 spells that run a 10, and it doesn't really matter. So
yeah, Stormcast's another interesting one as well, with their ability with certain characters to just automatically unbind. If you're facing one of those and you sat there thinking, I need this to go off, and I know he doesn't need to roll the dice, he can auto unbind it, then you might want to go with the one.
Yeah. They also have the Aura of Selenar. So this is so it starts as a 16-inch range and drops down to 4 inches when it's damaged. You add 1 to casting, dispelling, and unbinding rolls for all friendly Lumineth Realm-Lords units within range of this model's Aura of Selenar. So it's not wholly within, it's just within. So that's pretty good.
Yep.
I don't know how many extra wizards you would take
outside
of the battle line units. I don't know how many Cathalars or Stone Mages you take to get that extra, but you'd probably have at least a Cathalar in there probably for the Allegiance ability to bounce the Bravery debuff.
Yeah, because you're gonna want a general that's not Teclis, so that you can get your command abilities and what have you. And And also, if you want a low drop, he's part of the battalion for the Wardens and the Sentinels. So you have that, but I think it's more important for the Wardens and the Sentinels, because going from a 6 up to a 5 up for your mortal wounds is massive.
Yeah.
And that spell, just getting +1 on that spell,
It's really,
is really useful. I mean, I was using Zatriak, which is getting +1 for your first cast per first turn anyway. So with this, +2, and it goes off, I think, on a 5. So, you're looking at 3 on 2d6. You're pretty... it goes off on a 6, sorry. But still, it's going off on a 4, essentially. So it makes a massive difference.
Yeah. He also has the Discs of Elementary. So this will let you automatically dispel one endless spell. And also in the enemy hero phase, you can automatically unbind one enemy spell.
Now, I think this is massive, and I think it's massive with the endless spell one, because it just gives you that ability to stick your endless spell down, and then maybe your opponent moves it in between turns to a place you don't like it, and you go, well, I'll just take that off and recast it back to where I want it.
Yeah.
I was using Spell Portal in our game, and I put the Spell Portal where I wanted it, then he moved all his troops, and I was like, okay, I'll just dispel the Spell Portal and cast it again on a turn. Thank you very much. Here we go. It's great.
I think having the auto unbind in there is, I think, an even bigger thing. Like, for every single hero phase, you can unbind a spell automatically. Is crazy. You could have a Lord of Change cast something on a 12, 13, and then you just go, nah, you're alright.
Yeah.
And Hand of Dust, nah, you're alright.
Yes, and it's for those armies that rely on that one big spell.
Yeah.
Where they keep the wizard at the back and this, that, and the other. Because so do you have to be in range?
I would probably say yes, because this model can automatically unbind an enemy spell. Would say to me that you've still got to be in range to unbind a spell. Might need an FAQ.
Yeah.
But normally, if you want to unbind, you've got to be within 30 inches. So, unlike, so say the Slan has got the rule that they can unbind anywhere on the table, it specifically says that. Whereas because this says automatically unbind one enemy spell, that means that you've got to be in unbind range. That's how I read it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, that's stupidly strong. The next one is the Seeing Stone of Selenar. So each time a friendly unit is that's in range of the Aura of Selenar, which we've covered above, is affected by an endless spell or a spell cast by an enemy wizard, roll a dice on a 4-up, you ignore it. Then you pick an enemy unit within 18 of that unit, and the enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. Yeah, I don't think the D3 mortal wounds is probably needed there.
No, it's a nice little bonus, isn't it? You kind of
just a little bit.
Again, I used this and I kind of read through it and I was like, all right, on a 4-up, it ignores the effects of the spell. Great. And then it was like, ooh, actually, I can bounce some wounds on you as well. So yeah, I mean, I used it because I had Geminids and threw Geminids back at me in between turns, and I just kind of went, actually 4-up, and 4-up. It's not, things like this tend to be on a 5-up.
Yeah,
but 4-up is
4-up,
super strong.
50-50 chance.
Yeah,
you've got a 36-inch bubble. That's 32-inch bubble that starts off with.
And he's got a big base. So you're getting a fair whack of a bubble there, aren't you?
So yeah, I think that is. I think against some armies, like especially with the auto unbind as well, I think Techless will just shut down some armies that might have 1 or 2 wizards. I'm thinking it's not that I'd probably run it against Lumineth, but I'm thinking of my Squiggle Lunch where I've literally got 2 Fungoid Shamans. One of them I try and rely on getting a Squiggler off where I can run and charge my Squigs. Knowing that this will go off, I'll be like, you're right, Dex. I just know it's not going to happen. So, no, it's really nice. Like you said, a kind of 4-up as well. It's normally you'd need an artifact for something like that, and that would be on one unit, not everyone within 32 inches, or 32 plus. So it's very nice. So additionally, with the casting spells, he can attempt to unbind any number of spells in the enemy hero phase. Yeah. That's going to
Just
be
stay
fun.
30 inches away from him.
Yeah, true. You could do, but that's only going to be for one turn.
Exactly. Otherwise, you really are struggling.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a kind of a crazy ability. Like, you could almost build in the Archmage thing of, like, one spell is automatically unbound, two spells is unbound on a unbind roll of X, four spells are unbound on a unbind roll of Y. But just let him unbind any number of spells.
Yeah. And he's going to be unbinding on a +1 as well for his aura. So yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. He's got two signature spells as well. The first one is Protection of Teclis, which we kind of covered from Protection of Haish, because you can't cast them both at the same time. It's got a casting value of a 10. If successfully cast until your next hero phase, every time you allocate a wound or mortal wound to a friendly unit wholly within 18 of the caster, on a 5+, you ignore it. So that's pretty good. I mean, we kind of covered it on with Protection of Haish. It's nice to have kind of the two versions that are basically the same. Protection of Haish is a little bit shorter range, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's 9. This is 18. And again, coming back to his huge base, this is a decent sized aura.
Yeah. And like we said, like earlier on in the episode, it's the fact that you can't cast it at the same time, it just stops you kind of basically having a table wide ignore 5 up save. So it's solid, and with it being a casting value of a 10, you can do it as one of your 4 spells and it goes off, so it's not too bad. And then he's got Storm and the Searing White Light, and this is the one which I think late game, when he's up amongst everything, he will do that one spell to go off. So it's got a casting value of a 10. If successfully cast, roll a dice for each enemy unit within 18 of the caster, not wholly within, just within, and it's visible to them. On a 1, nothing happens. On a 2 to 4, it's D3 mortal wounds, and on a 5 up, it's D6.
So this is the one you use with Portal, even turn 1. You know, you're getting your Portal is 18 inches, a little bit more, and then 18 inches from there. And as you say, it's not wholly within, it's just within, it's touching. You're going to have games where, because I did this a couple of times, and I had turns where I rolled 1s and 2s, and took a couple of mortal wounds, but then every now and then I got that 5 and 6, and then you're like, D6 mortal wounds. You could potentially kill a couple of characters first turn with this.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, kind of late game, if you're centre of the table and you need to get a unit off an objective, etc., just being able to go, right, my one spell I'm casting is this, and then okay, you're kind of relying on getting a 2+ or that 5+ to do the like D6, but it's just that guarantee that you're going to do this huge burst of kind of magical energy that just kind of can potentially wipe out all the key pieces late game to then get you the objective. So and it doesn't degrade. I kind of expected this one to degrade with his as he took wounds. Yeah, either the range or the amount of impact or something like that. But yeah, it's a standard one. So like you say, definitely late game. He's on a couple of wounds left. It's almost the last thing he does before he gets killed. He could quite easily turn the tables. Yeah. So for 660 points, I think he's pretty worth it. I know a lot of people. Well, I think a lot of people are saying he's a trap, but it's kind of, you either build a list around him or you just take him out and then fill it up with a lot of other kind of models on the table. I think 660 points. I don't know whether it's a little bit low for him. I know I keep going back to Nagash, but I mean Nagash is 880 points, which is.
But Nagash, I think it's the number of spells that Nagash can pump out and the amount of damage he can pump out. Teclis has got this 1 damage spell, in essence. It's a very, very good 1 damage spell. But he's only got that, Arcane Bolt. The other ones in the lore, I think there was 1 spell that did damage. So
But he doesn't need to do the damage, because the rest of the army does the damage. That's what I mean. He's there as he can unbind any number of spells, he can auto unbind a spell, he can dispel an endless spell, he gives the +1 to casting, etc. He gives you the 5+ mortal wounds. I think you don't need to look at him as a damage person. You look at him as the support piece of your army that does all the damage.
I think why people are saying he's a trap is because if you're looking from a competitive standpoint, okay, so you're looking from a competitive standpoint, you want to get as low a drop as possible because you do not want to be Alpha Strike turn 1. So he gets Alpha Strike turn 1. As we said, he's only got 16 wounds with a 4-up save. He won't have had a chance to get Protection of Teclis on. So yeah, he's vulnerable. So you're therefore looking for a 2-drop army, which is then saying, right, so you've got to have him that's 660. You then need to take the battalion with the Wardens and Sentinels in. That's 120 for that battalion. You want to, therefore, you have to have the Cathalar, which is 140. You're 900 points, and you haven't actually started doing your army yet.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think, because I mean, my list, just for example, not saying it's the optimal one at all, but I ran it with unit of 20 Wardens, unit of 10 Wardens, and 2 units of 20 Sentinels. And yes, I could cover around him, but there wasn't a lot on the board. And it's all a castle. And if you want to go grab objectives, you end up being exposed. So it's, he's got a big base. You can't really get him deep in the deployment so that people can't get to you. And you can't really put much of a buffer, especially on the 18 and the 24-inch ones. You can't really put much of a buffer around him for people to stop people deep striking. KO or just take him out first turn, I would have thought. Yeah, you can spend your Aether Quartz and get him to a 3-up, but even then,
I know what you mean. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think there will be top lists that have him in, but I think there'll just be just as many lists that don't have him in and do just as well, if not potentially better.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to it later, but I think the mountain ones is probably the best list out there in the book, which you don't want to. Well, it's not you don't want to. You don't need to put him in. But yeah, I think this book is going to take a while before the top lists come to the fore as such. I know people are already playing and experimenting, but I think it's going to be a while before we actually get to see the strongest lists.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 10 units, so it won't take long, but I think that combination, the kind of right sweet spot of combination is going to be key.
Yeah.
So let's move on to the next unit. And
just one for him as well, and feel free to correct me. He can't go on the bridge, which was the other annoying thing, because his base is too big.
He can't get bridge.
He has to be wholly within 6, and his base is something like 6.1.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Unless I completely measured it wrong, which I thought was probably a good thing, because I could see people just...
What size base is he on?
160?
160 mils into inches is...
Man looks at computer.
6.3 inches, so yeah, you can't fit him in.
Yeah. Which I think is quite good, because imagine bridging him into the middle, surrounded by pikemen. That's when it starts to get silly.
Yeah, you could probably still potentially do it. I mean, he's still, movement 12. You can do the speed of Haish to make a movement 24. Turn 1.
He runs 6 inches.
Yeah, so he could easily kind of catch up with everyone.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if you need bridge. I know there are lists with bridge in, but
the advantage of doing the bridge with him was you wouldn't then need portal, so you'd bridge him forward, and then you do with
Right, and
searing
then you'll be in
light.
range of stuff. Yeah, that's fair
But-
enough.
But there you go.
Fair enough. So we've got the Light of Etherion next. So he is the beautiful hero that's in the starter box, and he doesn't have any arms. Well, he doesn't have a body.
Doesn't have a body.
It's just a suit of armor. It's a very cool
No
looking
flesh.
model. I'm getting your extra version,
Yep.
extra copy of him. So I'm looking forward to painting him up just as a kind of side project. So he's got a 6-inch move, 7 wounds, and a 3-up save. So pretty good.
Yep.
He's got the Fangs of Alforium, which is 4 attacks, 2s and 3s, -3 rend, D3 damage. And then the Selenari Blade, which is 2 attacks, 2s and 3s, -1 rend and D3 damage. So it's pretty hitty, but a little bit swingy on the damage. But he's got, at the start of the combat phase, so this is the Selenari Blade. At the start of the combat phase, you can pick one enemy hero within 3 of this model. If you do so, you add 1 to the damage inflicted by successful attacks with this model's Selenari Blade that target that hero. So gives you that extra little bit of damage, but it's only 2 attacks with that one. So it's not that kind of great. I think if it was on the 4 attacks, then yeah. But it's okay, and to actually go specifically for an enemy hero within 3, he's only got a 1-inch range, so if you know that he's got that ability, then you just kind of screen your heroes, unless it's a big Frostlord or Archeon or someone like that. But even then, I don't think he'll really do. I don't think he'll kill anyone like that. Before
he's got quite a few rules to continue.
Yes. So he's got the Fang Sword of Alforium. Add 1 to wound rolls for attacks made with this model's Fang Sword of Alforium if this model made a charge in the same turn. In addition, if the unmodified wound roll for an attack is a 6, that attack inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage. So a little bit of extra damage. I mean, a 6 to wound.
Yeah, it's not so much a 6, but it's that +1 to wound. So now you're hitting on 2s, you're wounding on 2s, rend 3, D3 damage.
Yeah. You've got a potential. I mean,
and then there's more to it as well.
Yes. So you've got the Searing Darts of Light. So it's a shooting attack, but it's not actually a weapon. So you could potentially run and use this.
Yep.
So in your shooting phase, you pick 1 enemy unit within 18 and roll a dice. On a 1, nothing happens. 2 to 4, it's D3 mortal wounds. On a 5+, it's D6 mortal wounds. So
same as the Techless spell.
Same as Techless, but it's just 1 unit rather than
every
unit. But yeah, it's a kind of extra shooting attack that, like I said, is a
ability rather than
an attack. You can kind of run forwards potentially. I mean, he's movement 6. You could make him 6 on a run, so 12 plus 18, 30 inches. So you could try and snipe something out like turn 1.
Yeah, but you can also go Light of Haish. So you're going 12.
Yes.
Yep.
12 plus 6, 18, so 36.
Yep.
I mean, you're still fishing for a 5+, and then you're looking for
I think you see it. It's a bonus more than anything else, isn't it? But again, something like Deepkin, you don't have to pick the nearest one because it's not a shooting attack.
Yes, that is true. So yeah, it's a way of getting around things like that. He's got the Spirit Armor, so it basically makes him ethereal, so you ignore any modifiers, so he's always got a 3-up save. So that would also mean that you could never use the Aether Quartz Reserve to give him +1 save.
Yep. 3-up, unrendable. Yeah. Pretty good.
And in addition, you halve any damage inflicted by missile or melee weapons that target this model. So that's pretty good. I mean, you still die to a lot of damage 1 attacks because you're rounding up, so you can never kind of make damage 1 anything less. But yeah, against kind of those big Stonehorn attacks or anything like that, kind of it halves half his damage.
Yeah, he's set up to go after heroes and characters.
Hero hunter, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got the Supreme Swordmaster, which is you ignore negative modifiers when making hit rolls for attacks made by this model. So that's pretty good because it means he's always hitting on a 2+.
Yep.
You're never going to have to... That is actually a point. Let me finish this and then I'll get back to it. So, in addition, if the unmodified hit roll is a 6, then the attack scores 2 hits instead of 1, and you make a wound and save roll for each hit. So that's where potentially he could just suddenly go explodey and go crazy, and suddenly those 4 attacks become 8 attacks, and then...
Yeah, because it goes as well as the mortal wounds. So you roll a 6, you get an mortal wound, and you get 2 hits.
No, so the mortal wound is a 6 to wound.
Ooh.
If the unmodified wound roll for attack
you need
is
2
a 6
6.
to wound. Yeah.
Fair enough. But
So, yeah, it's... The one thing I was about to say is there is no use of Aether Quartz Reserve for him. Because he can't make himself +1 to hit because he's always hitting on 2+, and he ignores any modifiers.
Yep.
You can't make him +1 save because he's got an ethereal armor. You can't make him cast a spell because he's not a wizard.
DBC.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure from what the playtesters have said, it's been FAQ that you can't. And you can't make him +1 to cast, so he's just going to be running around carrying some Aether Quartz all game.
Yeah, and maybe use it. Can you use it without using it? Just to bounce the bravery off.
I suppose you could make yourself +1 to hit and just you ignore.
You ignore it.
Actually, well, you ignore negative modifiers, so you could make yourself +1 to hit, but you're still failing on a 1.
I was going to say, you're a 2 up, you'd be then a 1 up, which can't be made worse, but yeah, you still fail on a 1.
Yeah, so I suppose, yeah, you can use it, but it's a little bit janky that you can't.
Yeah, I'm just thinking you might want to use it just to bounce that,
the -1 bravery.
Turn 1, just get it out of the way, stick it onto something else, and then you're away.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's pretty fighty. Like you said, he's kind of that hero hunter. I mean, he's still got the potential that he could go in and get rid of a unit of something, but I wouldn't put him anything against like Blight Kings or anything like that, because he'll just be stuck there over a couple of turns.
Yeah, he can... I think you can stick him on a flank and he can hold down a flank for a bit. He will clear chaff. He is vulnerable to those 1 damage, but you're still a 3 up.
Yeah.
And
3
if
up
you
save, 7 wounds.
I can't see the points. I don't think you're going to have enough points to run him with Techless.
No,
but if you did...
220 points, isn't it?
Yeah. Getting the 5 up as well would really make him 3 up, 5 up.
Yeah.
He's going to take a bit of a halving all damage.
But yeah, he's pretty tasty, and like I say, he's a beautiful model as well, so
yep.
There's nothing else. And he also has a command ability, which is Unflinching Valor, so you can use it at the start of the Battle Shock phase. Until the end of that phase, all friendly Lumineth Realm-Lord units wholly within 24 of that model are treated as having bravery characteristic at 10. I really like this because when I started reading this, I initially thought it was going to be like the Vermin Lord warps here, whereabouts it makes everyone like immune to battle shock wholly within 24.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be immune.
Reading, I was like, oh really? And then I actually read, oh no, it's bravery 10. I was like, that's not too bad.
It's an odd one though. Like he's geared up to go hunting for heroes, and his command ability is helping the units around him. That was the only thing about it that I thought was a bit odd.
48-inch bubble. It's
yeah.
You can't really complain at that. Just as an extra command ability to use as and when. Like it's stuff that sometimes, because you might have your wizards at the back of the table that are kind of with a few units, and then you might have a couple of units up the table holding objectives, and if he's up there as well, it just gives you that extra buff.
It's a nice bonus. You're not taking him for it, are you? But it's a
No,
nice bonus.
it's just an added bonus because it means you're not having to babysit those units to put Inspiring Presence on. Making them Bravery 10, it's like, well, I need to lose 4 to lose a model. No, 5 to lose a model even, which is a lot bigger than what their current Bravery is. So, yeah, it's a nice one.
If you use your Aether Quartz and your Bravery characteristic is -1, does that affect this, or do you stay on 10?
What if this model used it?
No, so if my unit of Wardens, for example, or let's say Dawn Riders because they've gone flying up the table.
So if they used their Aether Quartz and they were -1 Bravery, that wouldn't matter because you treat them as having a Bravery characteristic of 10.
If you do so, subtract 1 from that unit's Bravery characteristics for the rest of the battle.
Yeah, so that would happen, and that would be on their Bravery characteristic, but then you use the command ability, and that suddenly makes it Bravery 10 again. You treat it as them having a Bravery characteristic of 10.
There we go, that's fine.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's another way of kind of circumventing that if you can't do anything else. So yeah, I really like him. I think you will see him on tables. He's on quite a big base as well, isn't he? So
yes.
Yeah, there is a potential that he could get kind of just caught up in hordes and then wrapped and stabbed to death. But like I said, a 3-up save is still pretty decent. You can use a command point to make it reroll 1s as well. So 3-up reroll and 1s ignore and rend. It's pretty
solid.
Decent. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I say, I think if I run a Dawn Rider army, I think I would put him in and use Speed of Haish on him to keep him up with these guys, and then do something from there. But
that's cool. So let's move on to the Cenari Cathalar. And this is one of the heroes that can take all the command traits and artifacts. And this is the one that can also bounce the bravery onto an enemy unit rather than the Lumineth. So as we've kind of said earlier on, I think you'll definitely see these in lists. She's got a 6-inch move with 5 wounds and 5-up save, so not the most survivable.
Nope, not at all.
But she is wearing a load of cloth, so you can't really expect anything else. As we kind of talked about when you could buff up her attack, she's literally got one attack that's 4s and 2s, no rend, D3 damage. It's, nothing.
It's one of those ones where you've got the feeling the rules writer wrote everything for her and then was like, oh, we need to give her an attack, don't we?
Yeah, it's just oh
well, just stick that
in. But it's her abilities which make her pretty decent. So she's got emotional transference. So at the start of the Battle Shock phase, you can pick one friendly Lumineth Realm-Lord unit, wholly within 18, and roll a dice. On a 2+, you do not take the Battle Shock unit test for that unit. In addition, if any models from the unit were slain during the turn, you can pick one enemy unit within 18. So not wholly within, just within 18 of this model that has to take a Battle Shock test in that phase. If you do so, add the number of models from that friendly unit that were slain during the turn to be modified Battle Shock roll for that enemy unit. That is massive.
It's huge. It really is.
Absolutely crazy. I'm just thinking of I'm trying to think. A Mournfang unit goes in, kills 15 ward spears, they lose one Mournfang on the way back, and then they just lose the model unit to Battle Shock.
Yeah, I mean, Anth charged 3 eels into my unit of Sentinels, and he did 17. He killed 17 of them. Unfortunately, because of the way the objectives were, they were out on the flank and they didn't get close enough for me. Oh no, I was close enough to bounce, but I didn't manage to kill one of the eels. One of the eels was left on 1 wound. And it was massive, because if I'd managed to kill that eel,
the rest would die, yeah.
Yeah. You then say, right, you're taking that on -18. Good luck, you've got a reroll, but hey-ho. It's gone.
I think if you're a competitive player playing against Lumineth and you've got a ranged unit, this is your number one target that you hit, because 5 wounds and a 5-up save, she isn't going to stay around for long. If you can take her out turn 1.
if you go Zatric, which of course I am, you can get as he quickly flicks through the book, what's it called? The Gift of Selenor. So that's the 6-up, ignore wounds or mortal wounds.
Yeah.
That goes to a 4-up if Teclis is
That
on
is
the
true.
table. So it's not brilliant, but
It's still,
5-up, 4-up
yeah,
makes a big difference.
yeah. It's still amazing. I think it will still be prime target number 1, because you just do not want that getting up the table to affect your Battleshock test.
Yeah, and I think if you're a Lumineth player, you don't rely on it. You have it there, and because at the end of it, she's got that, and she's got one spell.
Yeah,
she can cast one spell,
and
so you
she can bounce the bravery as well and ignore the.
Yeah, but I feel that really she's there as a bonus, and like you say, if she gets targeted and killed, then you just go fair enough. But if she doesn't, then yeah, you can quite easily make people cry.
Yeah.
I'm thinking big blobs as well. You get a big blob of, I don't know, 30, 40 clan rats or something like that go charging in, and they lose 10, I lose 10, 15, and because it doesn't replace it adds it on as well.
Just adds it on. So
so then all of a sudden you're minus 25. Yeah, and it's kind of like, well, good luck.
And then you've got to spend 2 command points to make them inspired, so they don't run away.
And that's the beauty, isn't it? Because I kept forgetting to cast that spell when I played, and the couple of times I tried to do it, Anth was just like, well, I'll just spend a command point. But even then, it kind of, you make them spend 2 command points. There are quite a few things that can get immune to Battle Shock. But if you're running plenty of Sentinels, again, you can snipe them as well.
Yeah, it's really, really good. I absolutely love it. It's I think there's going to be some proper Trixie lists out there that rely on that. You might even see 2 or 3 of them on the table, just causing all kinds of carnage.
Yep.
She also has a signature spell called Darkness of the Soul, which is a little bit like Crippling Vertigo. So it's got a casting value of a 7. Successfully cast, you pick an enemy unit within 18 invisible until your next hero phase. Roll 2d6 each time that unit wants to make a move, a charge, a shoot, or a fight attack. Make the roll before the action is carried out. If the roll is greater than that unit's bravery characteristic, that unit cannot perform the action in that phase.
Just annoying.
It's
just really annoying, isn't it?
That Crippling Vertigo, which is exactly the same, and I'm trying to think, Voice of the Mountains, which makes you -2 bravery.
And if you've got the Cathalar, you've already bounced -1 onto that unit, probably because of the Eighth Quartz.
Literally going to shut down 2 units. This is a little bit different to Crippling Vertigo, because this also includes shooting and fighting attacks, whereas Crippling Vertigo is literally move, charge, or pile-ins.
Yep.
But again, this is it's.
Yeah.
I think.
You can always double it up. If you've got one unit that you really need to stop, you just put both of them on.
You put it on, then you've got you're rolling 2d6 twice.
Yeah.
You got a higher chance of beating their bravery and just stopping them do it. That's a very very strong signature spell. It kind of, because Bellicor has this as a ability, but it's kind of once per game to 1 unit, I think it is.
Yeah, and it's not bravery either, is it? It's something like a 4-up.
It's like a 4-up.
3-up, 4-up.
Let's have a quick look. Bellicor. I can't find him. He's spelled weird. I can't find him. But it's kind of very similar. But I mean, this you can cast every turn. You've got ways of beating their lowering their bravery. It's just going to shut down some units, especially that have low bravery to start off with. It's just going to then make them just completely and utterly just stupid.
Yeah. So Bellicor is on a 1 to 4. The unit cannot do something. On a 5+ it can.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So And that's once per
battle
battle
for the
until your
entire
next hero phase.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is every single turn until your
Yep.
hero phase, and then you cast it again, and then you do it again, and then you just watch as your opponent packs away its models and cries.
Yep.
So the Scenario Kafla is, how many points is she?
140.
140. That's not too bad. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
140.
140 for a 5 wounds, 5 up save isn't the greatest, but the ability she can do definitely make up for it.
It's the ability. It's a decent spell. It's about right. She's not, like you say, she's not going to do anything in combat. She can die to a stiff breeze, but if people don't target her, then yeah.
So pretty solid unnamed hero. And now we're on to some of the main units of the army, the Venari, and we are doing the Venari Dawn Riders, who are the cavalry horses. So they've got 2 wounds each and a 4-up save, 14-inch move and 7 bravery, which is pretty good. They're quick, as we've kind of talked about in part 1. You can make that stupidly fast. You can get them up the table exactly where you want them. 1 in every 5 models can be a standard bearer, and for each standard bearer you can having a standard bearer lets you re-roll battle shock tests, so it's a bit like the Idenef standard bearers, which 7 bravery is pretty good, because chances are if you lose 1 or 2 models, then yeah, you're going to want to make sure that you don't roll that 5 or 6. Then they've got the Deathly Furrows ability. Or actually, let's go through the weapons first. So they have the Steedmaster, who is the unit champion, and this is the one that is going to be the wizard if you've got 3 or more models. A Steedmaster is armed with a Sunmetal Lance and a Guardian Sword. So the Guardian Sword is 1-inch range with 2 attacks, 3s and 4s, -1 rend and 1 damage, which is okay. Sunmetal Lancers, so these have 2-inch range, 1 attack each, 3s and 4s, no rend and 1 damage. Which is, when you look at that, it's a bit okay, but it's nothing to shout home about. But when you get down in a bit,
I was going to say, you've got to then take into account the abilities.
The abilities suddenly buff them up a bit. Then the horses, the Dashing Hooves, expect these to do more damage than anyone else.
Always.
Because Warhammer Fantasy, always the cavalry does more damage than the riders. So they've got 2 attacks each, 4s and 4s, no rend and 1 damage. So unit of 5, you're looking at 10 damage there easily. Just straight up. Yeah, easy. And then the ability. So Deathly Furrows. At the start of your combat phase, you can say this unit will use its Deathly Furrows ability. If you do in that phase, you can either add 1 to the attacks characteristic of the unit's melee weapons, but it can only target units that have wound characteristics of 1 or 2 and do not have a mount. Or you can add 2 to the attacks characteristic of that unit's melee weapons, but it can only target units that have a wound characteristic of 1 and do not have a mount. So this is a way, suddenly, if you charge into a big unit of, I don't know, Grots or Skaven or just anything that's 1 wound, suddenly you're getting 3 attacks each. That's pretty good. It suddenly just multiplies your damage so much more.
And does this goes on to the horses as well, doesn't it?
Yes, it would. I don't know, because
they're a melee
horses,
weapon.
Yeah, but the horses are now listed as a mount in this, which is a new thing, because normally things like cavalry, they weren't listed as mounts. I might be talking wrong there, because Cities of Sigmar might be the same. But at the moment, I would say yes. But I don't know whether GHB changes that units mounts do not get.
I can never remember the way they do it for mounts, I must admit. Fair enough. So potentially, if it does go onto the horses, then the horses are doing 4 attacks.
4 attacks each.
And the lancers are doing 3 attacks.
Yeah. So 5 attacks each for a normal Dawn Rider, and then 8 attacks even for the Steedmaster, because he's got the 3 extra attacks for the sword, or even 4 attacks even. So 4,
Yeah.
8, 9, 10, 11 attacks for the Steedmaster. That's pretty tasty. But that's not all. Of course, it's not. So you've got the Lancers of the Dawn. Lancers of the Dawn, if this unit makes a charge move in the same turn, you add 1 to the wound rolled for attacks made with the unit's Sun Metal Lancers and improve the range characteristic of that weapon by 1. So those 3s and 4s become 3s and 3s, and you get -1 rend, so suddenly they become a bit more tasty. I'm surprised they become -2 rend, 2 damage, like you see in a lot of cavalry. Especially I'm thinking a lot of Tales of Sigmar units, but I think it's probably because of the Sun Metal weapons, which we'll talk about now.
Yeah, and I think they're meant to be medium to light cav, aren't they? So they're not really meant to be that heavy hitting, but they do it via magic instead.
Yeah. Yeah, but you still have some of the lighter cavalry in cities that become -2 rend, 2 damage as well.
Right.
But yeah, they don't have things like the Sun Metal weapons. So if the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with a Sun Metal Lance is a 6, you inflict 1 mortal wound and the attack sequence ends. So this is a recurring theme for all the Venari units, or the Dawn Riders, Sentinels and Wardens. They have these Sun Metal weapons where on a 6 to hit you do a mortal wound instead. And as we said, these units are a wizard. When you've got the Steedmaster and 3 or more models, you can attempt to cast 1 spell in your hero phase and attempt to unbind 1 spell. And they know the power of Haish. So this is the same spell for Sentinels and the same spell for the Wardens as well. And it's cast on a 6. And if it's successfully cast, a Sun Metal Weapons ability for the caster, and the unit they are part of causes mortal wounds on a 5+ instead of unmodified roll of a 5+ instead of a 6. And any number of Lumineth Realm-Lord wizards can attempt to cast this spell. So
Which
that's
is huge.
Suddenly, that's why they're not -2 rend, 2 damage.
Yes. And I suppose it's kind of like you're going into a unit of, if it's 1 wound, then you're on average you're doing 1 mortal wound per
guy.
Per guy, and you're probably doing, if you're charged in, then your 3s to wound -1 against 1 wound models. They're not going to have much armor normally anyway.
Yeah.
So you're doing a fair whack of damage.
And if you really want to, you could give them +1 to hit for using their Aether Reserve, like just to make sure that unit's gone. So you're doing mortal wounds on a 5, you're hitting on 2s, you're wounding on 3s on the charge. So yeah, they are literally super fast, get round, get into the enemy's flanks, do the damage against the support units.
Yeah,
and if you probably die on the way back out, but
absolutely. But if you take them in the battalion as well, they can reroll 1s to hit.
Yes.
If they charge.
Yeah.
So again, you kind of, like you say, 2s, rerolling 1s, and that rerolling 1s helps because again, that's fishing for those 5-ups. So a couple more mortal wounds in there as well. So yeah,
really good. You can take them in units of 5, and you can take a maximum of 20 in a unit. They're 130 points each, so 130 points for 5 of them isn't actually that bad for a unit that's 14-inch move and can get around the table as quick as possible. 260 points for 10, it's pretty tasty.
Yeah, I think you'll see them as probably units of 5 as objective grabbers. Like I said, that with the right spell on, they can be super fast, and they can clear objectives of small units that are just those units where you just leave a couple there just to hold that objective, and it's kind of like, right, well, they'll clear that, or with the mortal wounds, it gives them that ability to go and pick off characters.
Yeah. I think you're going to see them in almost every single list. I think they're just such a utility piece of just being a nuisance and getting around the table, it's a kind of no-brainer almost.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't run them because I just didn't have the points for them, and I wanted to be low drop. But yeah, I think once you move out the techless build, I can definitely see them being used.
Yeah, you could kind of, I mean, if you're not facing things like Idenef that can fly over, you can use them almost as a screen. Like 14-inch move, you just move them center of the table and just screen across the whole table, and then you just move up your archers and everything else behind. And if they've not got anything that can get over them, then you just like get rid of them afterwards. It's they've got so many different
absolutely,
uses,
and you can use your Aether Quartz to make them 3-up.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if I was writing lists, I think I would probably add at least a unit, maybe 2, into every list. And the models are beautiful as well. So
I think the fact that you can ally with Deepkin, and I think to start with, a fair few people, myself included, kind of went, well, eels, it's obvious.
yeah.
But actually, these guys make you think, well, eels for 170 or these guys for 130? It's actually a choice.
Yeah.
Which I think says a lot about them.
Definitely. Yeah. It's I think you'll kind of have to find out, because things like the Protection of Techless, which is the 5-up ignore wounds.
Yep.
It's all friendly units. It's not Lumineth units. So, given things like eels, a 5-up save, like after save, might make you choose them instead. But you are only limited to what, potentially 2 units of 3.
Yes. Yeah, you're not running a big unit. And again, if you're running eels, unless you're using to counterattack, then the chances of them being within 18 inches, wholly within 18 inches, is going to be a bit low. But I mean, let's be honest, you can run techless, not necessarily aggressively, but in a cav army. I know you can't go fully cav because of the battle line requirements, but you can get it down to 2 units of wardens. So 2 10-man units of wardens to stay back. Everything else is cav, techless, a couple of big mountains. You can go on you can be relatively aggressive with it and still have a fair bit of defense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's it's probably not the most optimal one. But yeah, I think with a lot of these you'll see different bits in there, I think, and excuse me. Yeah, there's definitely a aggressive build for Techless. I just don't know whether he will survive that long if he's up the table in front of everything, but we will see.
Probably not. If well screened, he might do with the protections, etc. He might do, but yeah, I think there is an option for it. We'll see.
Yeah. So the next unit is the Venari Sentinels, which are the archers, and they've got 6-inch move, 1 wound and 5-up save. So not the greatest. 6 bravery as well. So yeah, not anything to kind of shout home about. They've got missile weapon, the Arlen Bow, which has 2 different profiles. You've got the aimed profile, which is an 18-inch range, 1 attack, 3s and 4s, -1 rend, 1 damage. Or the lofted, which is 30 inches, 1 attack, 4s and 4s, no rend, and 1 damage. The Champion's Blade, which is the High Sentinel champion, is a melee weapon who gets 2 attacks, 3s and 4s, -1, 1 damage. And all of the archers are armed with a Venari dagger, 1 attack, 3s and 4s, 1 damage. So they're not really going to do that much in combat.
Nope.
So with the 2 different weapon profiles, you have to choose one before attacking. At the start of your shooting phase, you can pick 1 enemy unit within 30 and it's not visible to them, and you can do the Scry Hawk Lantern ability. If you do so, you must choose the lofted missile weapon profile, which is the 30-inch profile. But that enemy unit is treated as being visible to all friendly models from the unit until the end of that phase. So you can try and hide, but they're still going to hit you.
Yeah.
4s and 4s, it's not the greatest. I mean, you can still make that 3s. You've got a spell to reroll hits, which still makes it decent, but then the wound is still 4+, so it's not that great.
It's not, but again, when you start talking about the sun metal weapons,
Yes, so some metal weapons again go off in a 6+, and you've got the power high spell to make them go off in a 5+. You can only cast with this unit when they've got 5 or more models. So
yeah,
if you start losing models, you'll soon lose that spell. But yeah, you're kind of fishing for 5s and 6s.
you are, and so it's great for sniping characters because, like you say, there's nowhere to hide, so you can't hide them anywhere within 30 inches, and essentially it's 36 inches, and you can therefore fish for those 5s. You run a unit of 20. So one thing to note is the High Sentinel doesn't have a bow.
Does he not?
No. So,
okay.
Yeah, unit of 20, 19 attacks. You're getting, what's that, 6 more wounds if you get the 5+ spell?
Yeah.
That's going to kill a character.
Yeah.
Generally. Like, the small squishy ones, they're going to go. And you're still probably getting another, 3 through, maybe no rend, but still squishy characters, normally 5+ or something like that. So maybe another 2, 8 wounds. It's not
be fair, if
bad.
you're doing 6 mortal wounds on average, then they're normally dead anyway.
Yeah. And if you can't see them, then you're probably not going to get the spell. I mean, your wizard might be in a different angle, but you're probably not going to get the spell for the rerolls. But still,
Yeah.
If you get the reroll spell off, then all of a sudden you stick this on a normal unit, it's really cranking it up.
Definitely. So you can take them in units of 10 or 20, and they're 140 points for 10. So that's the reason why you can't take them in units of 30 or 40, because they would literally just mortal wound things off the table in a turn. It's not stopping you taking 40 or 60 bows, but that is going to be a good 280 points for 20. So yeah, you're looking at almost 800 points on 60 bows,
Which I think you'll see.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It is one of the lists I wrote originally. I just went, you put 3 units of Sentinels in, and you just basically point and click and delete what you need to. Turn 1.
Yes. Yeah.
It's not really fun. Like, I think you'd play that in one game and just go, okay. I don't think you'll have any enjoyment to it, but you will see that list.
You will. I think the one thing, like I say, with them is because it is 3s and 4s, you're not clearing hordes.
No.
It's only 1 attack, so like I say, you only do 19 attack space. Maybe you get yourself +1 to hit, so you're hitting on 2s, and you could get the reroll, so you get a fair few of those. But you're still forced to wound with no rend. You're not clearing out units. This is great for sniping characters, but they're not. The units are still going to get to you. Yeah, they won't have their busts because their characters are dead, but they're still going to get there.
Still going to get to you, yeah.
Yeah, so and that's why I think to start with you'll see a lot of them. But I think a nice sweet spot will probably be 2 units of maybe 2 units of 20 or a unit of 20, a unit of 10.
Yeah.
You can take out those characters, you can do a bit of damage here and there, but you're not relying on them.
True. And you won't see them to start off with because they're not available yet. So
that's true.
That's maybe a bit pedantic, but yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's I think people go, yeah, shoot an attack that does mortal wounds, but then when they start playing it, they go, yeah, it's not really that great. But as we kind of talked about in part 1, like you cast the reroll hit spell, and you're literally just going to fish for 5s. Like,
yes,
you might hit with half the unit, but you're like, nah, I just want to try and get more 5s. And I think it is what you will see. But again, that's only 1 unit that can reroll those all hits. So we'll see. So those 2 units, the Sentinels and Dawn Riders, they are only battle line when you take units of wardens, and you have to take them in the same quantity. So if you take 2 units of wardens, you can then take 2 units of sentinels or dawn riders, or one of each, and they can be battle line. You can't take 1 unit of wardens and then 2 units of sentinels to max out your battle line, because that just doesn't work. I quite like that, because it does stop you just going full, here's 100 sentinels.
The competitive element of me says yes. The narrative element of me says, why can't I have a cav army?
I was going to say I would love just a full cavalry army.
Yeah.
Because
you don't have any cavalry heroes. I mean, like you say, Teclis can move, and the monsters, the mountains can move a fair bit. But other than that, actually, the mountains can't move that fast, can they? It's only 6.
No.
So I think you kind of it's not geared up for a cav army. So even if they let you run them as battle line, I still don't think that you'd see that many, because you kind of just it's Teclis plus a load of Dawn Riders.
Yeah. So the Lauren Wardens, they can be taken in units of, I'm trying to quickly look, they can be taken in units of 30. They're 120 points for 10, and you don't get any horde discounts, which is a surprise. But you're still going to see them on the table, so it probably makes sense that you just don't get a bonus for taking them anyway. They've got a 6-inch move, 1 wound and 4 up save, 6 bravery, so they're okay, kind of bog standard, a little bit quicker than normal guys, but they're elves, so they should be. The High Warden has a Champion's Blade instead of the pikes, and that's 2 attacks, 3s and 4s, -1 rend, 1 damage. And then the stupidly long Warden's Pikes, which are 3-inch range, 2 attacks, 3s and 4s, no rend and 1 damage. And actually, they are 3-inch long, aren't they? I've seen a few people measure the pikes, and they're about.
I haven't actually measured it, but yeah, I've been told they're 3-inch long. They are very long and very impractical for games.
Yes.
They look great, don't get me wrong, but very impractical.
Yeah. They've got the ability Moonfire Flask, so once per battle at the start of the combat phase, you can pick 1 enemy unit within 3 inches of the High Warden, roll a dice on a 2+, you suffer D3 mortal wounds. It's a nice little extra bit of damage. I think it's something that, like, if you're in combat with something, you know it's going to happen straight away. They've got some metal weapons, whereabouts on a 6-up with the pikes they do a mortal wound, and they've got the spell Power Haish to make it 5-ups. They've also got Wall of Blades, so this is a little bit like the Dawn Rider's spell. Dawn Rider's ability. But if the target unit made a charge move in the same turn, so this is if the Wardens have been charged, you add 1 to the wound rolled for the pikes, and you improve the rend by 1. So suddenly they become 3s and 3s, -1 rend, 1 damage, doing mortal wounds on 5s and 6s. These are your defensive block. I just love the fact that it's so kind of thematic that you're charging into these massive spikes, and suddenly the pikes get better.
I think these will potentially be the stars of this section of the book. Let's put it like this. The mountain people have still got some other things, but the 3-inch pike, when I first read it, and I know a couple of people reacted and said, well, why do you need it 3-inch? You know, if you're within 3 inches, you can pile in, but you're basically piling in 6 inches. Because you pile in those 3 inches, and then you're still hitting whatever it is if you start 6 inches away. That, in addition to the fact that it's 2 attacks each, means that, and you're potentially multiplying on 5s, these guys pile quite a bit. You can get them +1 to hit, obviously, with the Aether Quartz, as we mentioned, for other bits and pieces. And all of a sudden they're hitting on 2s, wounding on 3s, rend 1, with hitting on 5+ is doing mortals. And they're 2 attacks each. It's tasty.
Yeah, you're going to think twice about trying to charge that unit. Also, they're going to be 9 times out of 10 in a Shining Company, so they're going to be -1 to hit most of the time.
So, interestingly, in the game that we played, and you may have got some cynicism from me in the initial part of this, but what I didn't realise how big an impact was is if you lose your Shining Company as soon as you start taking wounds, unless you've got big blocks. So where we talked before about running them as 8 wide and then the ones on the end kind of tag back in so that they make little triangles on the end, you lose 1 to a missile weapon or a spell, your Shining Company's gone.
Yeah. I
thought it was just when you moved, and I thought if you lost people and then you got the chance to move or pile in and you didn't then finish, fine, you lost it. But all of a sudden units...
I think you're going to see rank and file rather than trying to string it out and then put these little triangles in the end. I think you're going to see blocks of them. We're about to say
too deep.
Not even that. I think they'll be like 5, 6 wide and then 4 or 5 deep, because they're going to have the reach to get in anyway.
They are, but then you're not covering. You've got totally lose out on board control, and you're essentially, it depends. Yeah, you get rid of Techless. You don't need to do that massive castle. Maybe. I think like another thing that'll catch people out, I think, with these guys is small units of them potentially going 12 inches with the speed of Haish, giving them the run as well, 18 inches. That's a pretty good thing for a small unit to go capture objectives.
Yeah. In an 18-inch move, you can still, like, you've got enough move to then kind of reposition into a better Shining Lance, if that makes sense.
Well, you can't, because you can't run if you're Shining.
No, you can't, that's true.
Well,
it's still, 12-inch move still kind of decent.
Yeah, and the Shining is good, but I don't think it's the be-all. I think you start off in Shining, because why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's then whether or not, how much of an effort do you want to make to keep it.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's like I said, I think you'll see because you've kind of got to take them anyway. But I think you'll see at least 1 big block in every army. Just as that kind of anvil, you can make them a 3-up save if you really need to. And they'll just sit there and go, yeah, I'm on my objective. If you want to come get me, come get me.
They're solid, and again, you can rank a unit up 3 inches behind them, so you can do two units.
Yeah.
And because of the rule where you've got 2 units can activate at once, you've got one that takes the brunt of the charge, spends its 8th quartz to get that 3-up save, and then they go whatever's left, but then the unit behind will go as well.
Yes, true.
And if they're in Shining, that's fine. They've only got 1 inch pile in, but that's fine because you've got 3-inch range anyway.
Yeah.
So you're not particularly worried about that.
Yeah, you can still get over the top and get them.
Yeah, I really rate this unit. This was probably the best unit for me in that game.
Fair enough. So let's move on to the mountain guys and the Alarith Stone Mage. So he's got a 6-inch move, 5 wounds and a 5-up save with 8 bravery. So again, he's a pretty squishy hero. I suppose he is a mage though, but I thought he might have had a 4-up save, bearing in mind he's on like rocks and etc. And
he's half asleep, he can't protect himself.
Not paying attention.
Yeah.
So he's got Staff of the High Peaks, which is a melee weapon, 3-inch range, D3 attacks, freeze and freeze, -1 rend, D3 damage. That's way too swingy.
Yeah. It's like D3 here, D3 there. Ooh.
Let's just see what I get. It will be great.
Yeah.
So he's got Stone Mage stance. At the beginning of the combat phase, you can say that this model will adopt the Stone Mage stance. If you do so, this model and any friendly Alarith Stone Guard units wholly within 12 cannot make a pile-in move in that phase. However, until the end of that phase, you improve the rend of melee weapons used by for those friendly units by 1. So not only are they ignoring -1 rend or -2 rend potentially if you're in your Metrica, You can make him +1 rend as well. So his staff, as swingy as it is now -2 rend. And
Yep.
the Stone Guard are -2 rend as well. So pretty good. Wholly Within 12 as well. It's pretty big bubble. I'm surprised. We were talking in the section 1 about the mountain stance, whether there was some sort of thing that stopped you getting it.
Yes.
This would have been the thing which I thought potentially would.
Yeah.
Like, you get to choose one or the other, either improve the rend or ignore the rend. But why not have both?
Well.
He is a wizard that can cast once, and he's got the Gravitic Redirection. It's got a casting value of a 5. Until your next hero phase, the caster can fly. Okay. Movement 6, so it's neither here nor there. But in addition, you pick one enemy unit within 18 of the caster. If you do so, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound, and until your next hero phase, you half the movement characteristic, and it cannot fly. That's the big one.
Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't he's on a flying stone.
Yeah, I know. Well,
He doesn't have to fly anyway.
He's half asleep. That's
True. He just doesn't realise that he can fly.
What's going on now. He's just
He can fly. He just doesn't realise.
He's napping.
He's trying to keep that helmet from falling off.
Cow-looking mountains that have woken up behind him. He's got elves with hammers, and he's just like, what? He's just a dream. That's what he is.
Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs.
But yeah, I mean, he's pretty solid. I think you use him for the +1 rend.
Yeah.
Like, the spell is nice. I think the army
it's a recurring theme, isn't it? Like slowing your opponent
movement
down.
Yeah, I think you've got better ways of negating theirs, with the Voice in the Mountains and the Cathalars spell as well. But yeah, halving their movement. I mean, that's the kind of trio combo of properly trolling a key unit. Is you half their movement, then they've got to roll their bravery to see whether they can actually move, and then if they do, they're only going half. And if they don't, then they can't move. It's just
and they can't fly.
Yeah, they can't
even if
fly.
they are going half.
Yeah, so it's you might use it, but I think 9 times out of 10 with a Stone Mage, you're going to be using Voice of the Mountain or the -2 bravery one as well. So I would take him. He's 130 points as well, so he's not too bad. You can make him 8 wounds as well, can't you, with a command trait, if I remember correctly. From the
I'm going to say yes.
Gifts
from
of the
one
Mountain,
of them,
one of the command traits, I think it is. Alarith Generals, Lord of Stone, Enduring, add 3 to the wound characteristics. You can make him 8 wounds, which keeps him around a bit longer. But 9 times out of 10, you're probably going to be using him in a Ymetrica Nation.
And if you want to take the battalion, the Mountain People battalion, you need to take one of him as well.
Yes.
So.
And you're definitely going to be taking the Alarith Stone Guard. So these are the elves with hammers. They are battle line if you are the Great Nation of Ymetrica, which is nice. Going back to the other units, it would have been nice if, like, the Dawn Riders were a battle line for a certain city and etc. But yeah, these guys they're only 4-inch move, but again, you've got speed of high-ish, so you can make that a movement 8. 2 wounds and a 4-up save. So I think it was last podcast episode we talked about them being dwarfs.
Everything a dwarf wanted to be, but wasn't.
And you can choose whether to have them equipped with stone mallets or diamond pick hammers. So they've both got exactly the same profile, which is 2 attacks, 1-inch range, freeze to hit, freeze to wound, -1 rend, 1 damage. So of course that could be -2 rend if you really wanted to. The standard bearer lets you reroll Battleshock tests again. And they've got 2 different abilities depending on which version of the weapon you choose. Stone Mallet is every unmodified hit roll of a 6 adds 1 damage inflicted. You add 1 to the damage inflicted if that attack is successful. So you could make him damage 2 potentially, but you're still going to be wounding on 3s and then probably rend 2. So there's a chance you're going to roll those 1s and 2s, especially if you're me. And then the diamond pick hammer, which is maybe the one that you use, is unmodified hit rolls at a 6 inflict a mortal wound and the attack sequence ends. So it's, do you go for the double damage potentially, or do you go for a guaranteed mortal wound on a 6?
It's one of those ones that forever gets gamers discussing. Even when you math it out, it's still one of those ones where people feel emotive one way or the other. Yeah. I think I'm probably a damage kind of guy, but I think if you're running these without any of the Venari, then it's more of a difficult decision. But I think if you've got Venari in there already doing mortal wounds, then maybe you go with the damage for these guys.
Yeah, I think if you're going pure like Ymetrica mountain army, you have a unit of each. Just because they've got a little bit of not a different approach for each one, but like the 2 damage one is going to do more, like you go after kind of the monsters and the bigger things, whereas the mortal wounds is nice against, I mean it's nice against everything, but if you don't roll the 6 to hit, then you just go, well, okay, I'm still going through with 2 attacks, 3s and 3s, -1, potentially -2, 1 damage, and that can get rid of most troops. They're only 100 points, but you only get for 5. You can take units of 15, which is a little bit of a weird number. But, I mean, 300 points for a unit of 15, that's a 4-inch move and 2 wounds and a 4-up save, which you could make 3-up save.
Yes. These are your defensive guys, because, and again, there's a couple of things that you're going to synergize with in a minute. And yeah, it's only a 4-up save, which potentially 3-up save, but you are ignoring Rend 1, probably ignoring Rend 2.
Yes.
So that 4-up save, ignoring Rend 2, is, you're sitting comfortably.
Yeah, and yeah, you can make that like against that heavy unit that you're fighting that could potentially wipe you out. If you make yourself a 3-up save for that one turn with the Aether Quartz Reserve that's ignoring Rend 2, then, and you wanted to pop on a command ability to reroll ones, they suddenly become even more durable. But I really like them. I don't like the helmets.
Model.
I don't mind the overall model, it's just the heads, which I think quite a lot of people have said.
Yes. But I think you'll see them change. I mean, I remember when they first showed the Venari ones with the big headdresses, I was like, but actually I started looking at them now on the table, they look great. So maybe when the models actually come out,
yeah, maybe
you'll be a bit more, but I wouldn't be surprised if people do head swaps, etc. And that's fine.
And now we're on to the final 2, which are the big mountains, or the cow mountains, or
moving mountains.
Moving mountains. Oh, I like that. So we've got the non-hero version first, which is Alarith, Spirit of the Mountain. I don't think it's any relation to Spirit of Durthu, but you never know. It is 340 points, so it's a big chunk. 6-inch move, which isn't that fast. 12 wounds and a 3-up save. Bravery 10, which, I mean, they don't really care, it's one model. They've got the Geomantic Blast, I should say, the missile weapon. Starts at 30-inch range and goes down to 10 inches. It's 1 attack, 3s, 2s, -2 rend, d6 damage. So it's basically a gaze and a gash. Just at longer range.
A decent range,
yeah. So it's not too bad. You might do a little bit of damage.
It's bonus, isn't it?
Yeah. The melee weapons. So he's got the Stoneheart World Hammer. Love that name. It's a 3-inch range with 4 attacks, 3s and 2s, -2 rend, and it starts off at 5 damage. It goes down to 1 when it's wounded. So it goes 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This could just absolutely annihilate things, especially hitting on a 3 as well.
Yes.
Like, I think of Alaria's Beetle that hits on a 4, and it's just like, oh, come on. And then you've got this, it's like, yeah, I've got a World Hammer, it hits on a 3. Cool.
Yeah.
Cloven
And that-
Hooves, they have 2 attacks which are 3s and 3s, -1/2 damage, so they're pretty solid.
I mean, that's what, 22 damage potentially there.
Yeah.
And you normally go you never get all that, but 3s and 2s and 3s and 3s.
You can make
Can
it
these
2s
guys
and
get
2s.
the Aether Quartz?
Yeah. It's a
Lumineth, aren't they? Yep. So,
unit, yeah.
2s and 2s and 2s and 3s, rend 2, rend 1. You're increasing the rend because of the Stone Mage.
No,
only Stone
because
Guard, isn't it?
Stone Guard units, yeah.
Disappointing.
You're ignoring Ren though, aren't you? Because it's got the. Does it have the right keywords?
Yeah, because it's Alarith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's ignoring Rend 1, potentially Rend 2. So 3-up save is nothing to sniff about. You can make it.
Remember, you can make him ethereal if you want to, just because. Why not?
Why not? Or you can make him a 2-up save, ignoring Rend 2, rerolling 1s.
True. More or less ethereal.
Yeah. If he doesn't make a charge move, you add 1 to the attack characteristic of his melee weapons until your next movement phase.
Another 7 damage, 29 damage.
Oh god.
Where's that unit of 30 years Skaven gone?
I'm starting a Lumineth army, aren't I? And then he's got ponderous advice. So at the end of your hero phase, you can pick 1 friendly Lumineth Realm-Lords elf hero within 3 of this model. If that hero is within 3 of this model at the start of your next hero phase, then that elf hero can use a command ability in that turn without spending any command points. So what's that? If that.
So you're basically getting a free command ability, but only for the character that starts within 3.
Next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Without in that. Yes, you can still use it in any phase. That's alright. Because I was like, I'm sure I've kind of not really seen many hero phase command abilities anywhere, but yeah, no, that's
but they've got to stay with them throughout an entire turn, basically. So at the end of your hero phase, they've got to be within 3, and at the start of the next hero phase, they've got to be within 3, and then they can use it.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not. So if you think you're going to get the double turn, then it's like that's whereabouts you go in.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got your Stone Mage next to him, you might as well keep him next to him, just on the off chance that it happens.
He also has the Stoneheart Shockwave, which is at the start of the enemy shooting phase and at the start of any combat phase. You can pick 1 enemy unit within range of the model's Stoneheart Shockwave ability, which starts at 12 inches and goes down to 4 inches. The range is shown in the damage table above. If you do so, you subtract 1 from hit rolls for that unit until the end of the phase. So, every combat phase, you're a unit's -1 that's in combat with you. -1 to hit, ignore and rend 2. He's going to stick around. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. You can pick 1 enemy unit, and he can also like nullify a shooting unit as well. Yeah, I really like him. It's weird that he's a behemoth and he's not a hero.
What affects him? So you pick an enemy unit, and that unit is -1 to hit.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who it's targeting. It's just,
So essentially, this gives you Stone Guard at -1. When they've got the big unit into them, you can make them -1.
Yeah, it's really good. Anything that can just make you -1 at a range. 12-inch range as well on a big base is really nice.
And it's because the Stone Guard don't get the Shining Company. It's essentially giving them that.
Giving that for free. And you've not got to be wholly within as well.
Yep.
Which is nice. You've got Stone Mage Symbiosis. I think that's the right word. I'm absolutely nailing these pronunciations tonight.
Yep.
When you look up at the value of this model's damage table, if the model is within 12 of a friendly Stone Mage, not wholly within, just within 12, this model is treated as if it suffered 0 wounds.
Well, he's going to be within 3 inches for the extra thing anyway, so don't worry about the 12.
So yeah, like, yeah, he's always going to be damage 5 with his hammer, unless the Stone Mage is dead. But
Yeah. Which
yeah,
he is squishy, but again,
squishy.
kind of
But
like,
if you're running a proper Geometrica army, you're going to have 2 Stone Mages at least in the army. If you're just looking at purely the kind of mountain guys, so it's like you're always going to be damage 5. I mean, the 30-inch range, okay, for a shooting attack, great. It's not neither here nor there, and the -1 to hit as well is nice. But yeah, you're just basically doing that for the World Hammer. And surprisingly, he has a command ability, even though he's not a hero, which is weird.
Another odd one.
You can use this command ability at the start of the combat phase, and if you do so, you pick one friendly Aralef Elf unit, wholly within 18 of a friendly model with this command ability. Add 1 to the attack characteristic of that unit's melee weapons in the combat phase. You cannot benefit more than once per combat phase, and the unit cannot benefit from this ability and the Unshakable Faith of the Mountains ability in the same phase, which we will talk about in a moment, I think it is.
Yeah, that's the other one.
So, does this have the elf keyword?
No.
No, right. So you're going to be buffing
So this is Stone Guard.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. So
your Stone Guard are getting what, an extra attack?
Yeah, so they're going to be getting 3 attacks with those hammers or mallets.
Yep.
Makes them a lot more. I think you probably do go for the extra damage then.
Yes.
I don't know actually, because you're getting an extra. What? How many mortal wounds is that? 15 Stone Guard. You're looking at 6s to hit.
It's 2.
Extra 2 mortal wounds.
I think the damage.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's a difficult one. I mean, you've got to look at it on the whole of the army. Is your army, if this is pure mountain, then your army is lacking mortal wounds, because so far the 3 that we've gone through don't have mortal wound, other than those guys, and I don't think the King's got massive mortal wounds.
No.
He has got a bit, but not a lot. So maybe you think, right, I need some mortal wounds. But if you've got some Sentinels in there or some Wardens in there, then maybe you just go, meh, the extra damage.
Yeah.
You rend 2. That's going through most things.
Yeah, it's definitely a buffing piece as well as a kind of hammer.
Yeah.
6-inch move is the one stumbling block, I think, because it's on a big base. 6 inches isn't going to get you that far up the table. And if you do want it going further, then you need to ally in a Cathalar to do the speed of high-ish, which not ally in, but you need to add one to your list, and then
don't really, because he's quite a buff piece, isn't he? And so you don't really want him roaring up when the Stone Guard are only 4-inch move. I think if you're running 2 of these, you might do. You leave 1 with your Stone Guard and you have 1 going off by himself.
Yeah.
But like you say, it's a difficult one, and because he's not a character, you can't just say, right, command point, 6-inch run.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's. It'll be interesting to see how he is used. Like I said, I think if you've got one that's got 2 in, spoilers, that was the list I wrote, and that was kind of half the reason. One of them was going up the table and one of them was staying a bit back. Not many units want to be charging a unit that gets +1 attack and potentially puts out like 29 damage.
Yes.
If I'm looking at that gun, I've got a 3-up save mountain there that ignores run 2. If I charge it, they get +1 attack, and they're 5 damage each. Yeah, I don't really want to attack that, do I?
No. And I think that's the limitation if you go all mountain is the reach.
Yeah.
You're not. You've got to go to your opponent, and it's going to take a while to get there.
Yes. So it's a decent model. I mean, 340 points probably about right. Makes me cry a little bit in Eidolon, just for comparing the two.
Don't bring that up.
Yeah, it is a bit weird, but it is what it is. And then we've got finally Avonlore, the Stoneheart King. So this is the named character version. It's got, again, 6-inch move. It's got 2 extra wounds, so it's 14 wounds. It's got the Geomantic Blast like before. It's got the Fire Stealer Hammers, so these are a 2-inch range, but they've got 6 attacks, 3s and 3s. Only -1 rend, but 5 damage again. So it's I don't know whether that's better or worse. I'd rather have the more rend, I think, rather than an extra.
You can get the extra rend from the. I know we can't, can you? No.
You can't do it with Stoneheart King, no.
No.
It's
it's because it is still damage 5. I know it goes down.
still damage 5. I mean, he still gets the +1 attack if he's been charged. So 7 attacks then. Yeah. So I would have preferred -2 rend though, because -1 rend. There's a lot of units out there that either ignore -1 rend or have decent enough saves to kind of not bother about that. They do have a Fire Stealer Hammer. If the unmodified hit roll of a 6, if the Fire Stealer Hammer is a 6, you do 1 mortal wound in addition. Yeah, I mean, you're doing what, 1 mortal wound?
1 on average. Yeah, and to be honest, like, because he doesn't have that rend,
he should be doing like D3 or something.
Yeah, because he doesn't have the rend, you're not going to stick him into anything massive that you're going to need the mortal wound for as such.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a bit of an odd
one. He's got the Stone Mage Symbiosis again, so he gets treated as if he's got 0 wounds. He's got Elder Wisdom, which is a little bit like the what was it called? Ponderous Advice, but it's within 6 inches rather than 3 inches, so a bit further. You get to do a command ability for free the next turn.
So if you stick one of these either side, so if you've got Alvanor on one side and then you've got your Spirit and the Mountain on the other side, you can get both, can't you?
Yeah, because they're 2 different abilities. And it would say like you cannot choose the same hero if it's by blah-de-blah-de-blah. It's got Guardian of Haish, which is a little bit like the Shockwave, but this is just subtract 1 hit rolls for attacks made by enemy models that are within range of this model's Guardian of Haish ability. So you don't pick one unit, it's every model. So that's the key thing to remember. 12-inch range it starts off at, goes to 6, 3, 2, 1, but it's only the models, so you might have half the unit that are not in range.
Yeah.
And yeah, so that affects everyone. So you could potentially, if you've got a big shooter unit that you don't want to attack, you can make them -2. If you've got a Spirit of the Mountain and Avalonor, then you could make them -2 to hit, which is pretty good.
Did you say from a shooting unit?
Well, yeah, I mean, it could be combat as well. But I'm thinking with
it won't work for the shooting, because the enemy has to be in the range.
Yeah. Guardian of Haish, you subtract 1 from hit rolls if you're within range of this model's ability. And the Spirit of the Mountain...
Yeah, what I'm thinking is Shockwave. You're not going to get many shooting units that are within 12 inches of this guy.
No, maybe not. But
I think
you never know.
Yeah. It's the combat that's the key, isn't it? You know, you've got your Stone Guard that we can get to ignoring Rend 2. They're also -2 to hit if you doubled this up on the big unit of 15. They've got 2 wounds. They've got a 4-up save or potentially a 3-up save.
And they're going to be like -2 to hit. And
yeah, -2 to hit, maybe re-rolling ones. It's going to be... You castle this up and you're not going to chew through it.
Yeah. And you've got the Tectonic Force ability to move models off the objectives as well. So
you have, but the range on that wasn't massive, was it?
3-inch range.
You have to be in combat with them, don't you? Yeah. So I think my question on this is, if you're playing a battle plan with quite a few objectives...
Where do you put everything?
If I'm playing this army, I'm actually not going to engage it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say, because he's got no reach, none of the spells are going to come and kill me unless you've taken Techless. And I'm just going to ignore it and say, well, come get me.
Do, but the counterpoint is, with these free command point abilities, you can literally have your Stone Guard moving 10 inches a turn.
True.
Not
charging.
They're not charging, but if they're charging,
they don't want
objectives and they're minus
they
2
want you to charge you, don't you? Yeah.
Buffed up, they're just going to be like, go on then. It would be interesting to see. I mean, this is the army the list I definitely went to, just because they look fun and kind of quite tanky.
I think you kind of, based on what you're saying, you're right. But again, you kind of look at, if you've got some shooting, you put it all into those Stone Mages.
Yes. Yeah.
Get rid of those Stone Mages, and you're not getting the free command points. You're not getting a number of bits and pieces. So, yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely a tricksy list. And he has a command ability, Unshakable Faith for the Mountain. So it's a bit like before, but if you pick up to D3 friendly elf units wholly within 24, and you add 1 to the attack. And yeah, you can't kind of buff both.
You can't stack it, can you?
Yeah. So again, that's pretty solid. I think like 9 times out of 10, that's the one you're going to be using, because I'd rather be doing D3, and then you've always got the backup command.
Yeah, you roll low on your D3 and you go, all right, fine, well, I'll use this one on this one.
On that unit there. So I think he's nice. I mean, he's 360 points. So he's only 20 points more than a normal guy.
Yeah.
I don't like the fact that he's not a hero. I don't like the fact he's unique. And that the Spirit of the Mountain isn't a hero. I would have quite liked one of these to actually be. I wouldn't mind the Stoneheart King, because obviously he's the king, etc. But I would have quite liked the Mountains to be a hero, so you could equip a artifact or command trait onto him.
Yes, it does seem a bit odd that you are so limited to who you can put artifacts on,
and especially with malign sorcery artifacts going away. It's not like you're going to make something
crazy
bonkers.
Combo.
Yeah.
No.
I think just making it a hero would just give you that extra bit, because as we've kind of harked on about, you're literally got Cathalars and Stone Mages that are taking your artifacts and command traits if you're not going to a Great Nation, which 9 times out of 10 you will be.
So just going back on this one then. So the command abilities.
Yes.
So the Spirit of the Mountain one, he's not a hero, so he can't do it. Or he can do it, but
I think he can. It would be a bit weird to have a command ability on his if he's not a hero. What you think of the actual rules for command abilities?
Well, yeah, because you don't actually. The hero doesn't actually do the command ability, does he?
So the rules for command
abilities.
The army does it. Just brought it up on on the app for the actual rules. Command abilities. If you have any heroes in your army, you can use command abilities.
There you go.
So
Fine.
You don't have to have, like, it doesn't have to be a hero. And like certain command abilities will say, etc. It's got to be within range of X hero or something. So like at the double forward to victory, all the inspiring presence, all the normal ones, you've got to be within a friendly hero, etc.
Yep.
So yeah, you can still use your command abilities. For example, with this one, even though he's not a hero. But
cool.
Yeah. But that is all the Warscrolls. We've just got some endless spells and Warscroll battalions to do, and then we'll be out of here. So we'll do the endless spell, the Rune of Petrification. I kind of miss speaking. It is 30 points. It's summoned on an 8, and only Lumineth wizards can attempt it. When it's cast, you set it up wholly with an 18 of the caster. This is the big round one, isn't it? The big circle, I think it is.
No, that's
No?
Sanctum of
Apologies.
Imnuct.
Um,
I think this is the. I'm not even going to try and describe it. The one on the right in the picture.
the one. Right, okay, sure. So at the start of the movement phase and at the end of the movement phase, roll a dice for each unit that's within 6 of the model and a 4+ that suffers D3 mortal wounds. In addition, subtract 1 from run and charge rolls for units within 6 of this model. It has no effect on Lumineth models. That's pretty big, actually. Start of the movement and end of the movement phase.
Yes, so you're doing quite a bit, and again, it's helping you slow people down.
Yeah, 4+ with D3 mortal wounds. You could do 2 D3 mortal wounds at every single movement phase if you kept rolling them for 4+.
Yeah, it's not bad. 30 points,
and it's 18 inches, and then a 6-inch range. So you're looking at what, 24 inches. So you could potentially.
I think the one thing is that this is one of those ones where you can move out of range of it.
Well, you can unless you
6
just
inches.
cast it straight onto an objective.
You can cast it on the objective, which will be useful, but it's not like things like shackles or what's the Skaven one?
Warp lightning vortex.
Warp lightning, where you do mortal wounds and you're really struggling to get out there. It takes
Yeah.
you 2 or 3 turns to get out. At least with this one, yes, you put it on objective, but do you know what I mean? It's kind of like you can avoid the mortal wounds unless it's bang in the middle of an objective.
Yeah, and it's the fact that you roll a dice for each unit that's within 6 of the model, so it's not if it's made a move within 6.
No.
So you can't just go, like some of them are about to go, well, I've not moved, so I don't have to take the test. This is literally, if you're within 6, you're going to be rolling a 4+. And like I said, I mean, 9 times out of 10, I think you'll see people just cast this onto an objective and go, well,
yeah,
you've got to come within 6 if you
and
want.
it's not predatory, so it's not going to move.
Exactly.
And
you need a roll
looks
of
like
9
it's got
to
a
dispel.
big base as well. Is that a calf base or?
I'm not too sure.
Can't work out whether it's a
It might
big
be one of
circle
their
or
custom bases, but
yeah.
I mean, you need a roll of 9 to dispel it.
Yes, and that's something that you notice about these is
High casting,
yeah,
high chance to dispel. So yeah, I think you'll see this. If you've got the points, 30 points seems crazy for 2 potentials of doing D3 mortal wounds in movement phase.
Yep.
And like I said, like just cast it onto an objective and just sit there. You're not affected by it, so just crack on. The next one is the Haitian Twin Stones. This is a predatory endless spell. It moves up to 8 and can fly. It's cast on a 7, and when successfully cast, you set it up wholly within 6 of the caster. When the model's set up, place a d6 beside it with the number 1 facing up. Each time a spell was successfully cast by a unit within 12 and not unbound, you increase the value beside this model by 1 to a maximum of 6. If a Lumineth Realm-Lords wizard attempts to cast a spell while they're within 12 of this model, before making the casting roll, the player controlling that wizard can say that it will draw on the power of the Twin Stones. If they do so, add the value beside the model to the casting roll. So, and then it goes back to 1. So this is just another way of properly buffing up those spells that you definitely want to go off.
Yep.
And you can use your Artefacts reserve as well, like if you want to. I don't know what you would as well, but say if you need I don't know, you've got this on 6, you need a 8 for one of your big spells to go off, and then you roll a double 1. Okay, 9 times out of 10, that's probably like good enough, but you don't want to risk it, so just eat your Artefacts reserve, roll it, and you might roll a double 6, and suddenly you've got a 18.
I mean, the good thing about this is, if you want to, you can just use it as continually giving you 1.
Yeah,
you don't have to.
It's another +1 to.
And it needs an FAQ because they're not. At what point does it go up by 1? So it's not particularly clear, but essentially,
each time a spell is successfully cast within 12, increase the value by 1. So it's each time. So.
But the point is, do you utilize it, put it as 1, and then cast the spell to put it on top of the 1, so that it's Do you see what I mean?
Oh, right. Yeah.
I assume not, but that seems to be what the internet is
Yeah.
requesting clarity on.
Yeah. And can you do it more than once?
I assume you can do it more than once.
Can you just keep going, I'll just get +1,
So
+1,
each time
+1.
a spell is successfully cast, +1. If a Lumineth Realm-Lords wizard attempts to cast a spell while they're within 12 inches before making the casting roll, you can say they used that. If they do, add the value beside the model to the casting roll. Then, after the effects of the spell have been resolved, change the value back to 1.
So you almost always +1 to wound. +1 to cast within 12. And it's only 30 points as well. So
exactly. So it's kind of... is this 30 or is this 70?
This is 30 points. It's the next spell.
The first one. Rune of Petrifaction is 70.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
That's me not looking at it properly.
Yeah.
So it is. Apologies. So
I knew the Sanctum wasn't.
Yes. So suddenly 70 points for 2 lots of D3 mortal wounds. It makes sense. That seems a lot better.
Yes.
30 points for this though, for a +1 to cast at least, is decent. This is one that I think you'd definitely take for 30 points to, if you've not got Techless, because obviously Techless gives you +1 to cast. I mean, +2 is quite nice anyway.
I was going to say, I was thinking in Zaytrek, this gets you to +3. Yeah. You need a 6 in order to do your Sun Metal weapons. Yeah. 35 out of 36 chances to get it. I'll take that.
Yeah, definitely.
You're still gonna roll that double one at that crux point. Yes. But hey, this is why we roll dice.
So the last endless spell is the Sanctum of Amnitok. I think that's how you say it. So that one is 30 points. It's cast on a 7, and it's successfully cast. You set up one of the models wholly within 3 of the caster, and more than 3 from any other units. Then set up the second and third one so that each tip of the model is touching the tip of a different model. Basically, you create a circle inside the ring. As long as it remains on the battlefield, the caster and the Sanctum are treated as being a single model, so suddenly it becomes a lot bigger base. It is treated as an enemy model by the opposing army. If the caster is slain, then the spell's automatically dispelled. So you get the Sigil of Yinra. We'll go for Yinra. Why not?
Yinra, yeah.
You subtract 1 from hit rolls, which is quite nice. Gives you almost like a built-in lookout, sir. And adds 1 to the save rolls. So if you're in cover, those 5 up wizards are suddenly 3 up saves, which...
Yeah, and I want to see... I'm assuming not, but I'm interested to see whether or not you can fit the Bellwind in there. I'm assuming they've designed it so you can't fit that base in there, but if you can...
The Bellwind has disappeared off GW's site, so I don't know whether it will be disappearing from the GHB.
Don't tell me stuff like that.
We will see. But yeah, potentially. There is always that chance. In addition, at the end of the combat phase, if this model was targeted by any enemy units during the phase, it's probably dead anyway. But roll a dice for each enemy unit within 3. On a 1 to 3, nothing happens. 4 to 5, you suffer a wound, and on a 6, it's D3.
So what you can do is you can put your Stone Mage in here, and then you get your mountains to do their -1 to hits, and then your -3 to hit the Stone Mage.
-3? How are you minus? Oh, you use both of the mountains abilities. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't stack this with Lookout Sir though, because they have to be set up more than 3 from other units, and obviously Lookout Sir you have to be within 3 of a unit of 3 models.
But you're -1 from this and -1 from each cow.
Yes, yeah.
So you're still
-3. Yeah, that's I was just kind of pointing that out just in case anyone thought, I can make it -2 from shooting. But no, unfortunately not. But yeah, +1 to save is pretty decent for 30 points and -1 to hit. And like we said, put it in cover as well. They suddenly become a little bit more survivable. I'm assuming that you can move with these. It doesn't say anything, does it, about not being able
You
to
just
move?
get treated as a single model.
Yeah, so you can
Yeah,
still move.
so
It just makes your base a lot
a bit
bigger.
bigger. Yeah.
Um,
I don't think you're going to see it that often.
no, it's a very... I think if you've got 30 points to spend between this and the Haitian Twin Stones, you're probably going to Twin Stones. If you've got multiple wizards.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're going in the mountain one, then you might pick this over the Twin Stones. If
Yeah.
you're going mixed or more Venari, then yeah.
Although 30 points, what is 30 points? Is the Palisades 30 points? I'm trying to think now. I would probably want to cast a Palisades, to be fair, to give me more protection. I don't know, actually, because I suppose the one issue with Palisades is it's like opponents can move around it. With this, it's a part of you, so you can just keep moving. So yeah, I mean, 30 points, I'd probably take it. But yeah, I'm interested to see the size of it, and I probably would assume you can't fit the Balewind in there.
Yeah, I'm assuming they've designed it so you can't, but you never know.
But overall, I think 3 pretty decent endless spells. That I'm sure you'll see most of them in play at some point.
Yep.
I think Rune of Petrification, 70 points is probably even worthwhile that, just for a, like I said, an objective deterrent almost. But yeah, no, I quite like them. So let's do the battalions. We're almost there. I think we're probably going to be hitting the... I'm trying to think. Probably
4 hours.
4
at
hour
least.
mark, but I hope you're all still here. I hope you've all enjoyed it. And we did have lists planned for this episode, but with the GHB coming out and changing some of the rules, we've decided to wait until the next episode to do those, because we don't want to give out some lists and then go, oh, it doesn't work like that anymore. So we've decided to, and you're probably thankful for that, because if you are still with us, thank you very much. But if you're not, well, you're not going to hear this anyway, so I don't care. But yeah, so we've got the Alareth Temple. So all 3 of these are kind of aimed at different themes, and the kind of 3 themes that are in the book. So you've got the Alareth Temple, which is you can take Avalonor, the Stoneheart King, or one of the Spirit of the Mountains, 1 Stone Mage, and 1 to 3 units of Stone Guard. The ability gives you skin to stone. At the start of the combat phase, any friendly Stone Guard units within this battalion that are wholly within a friendly hero from the same battalion, so either the Stoneheart King or Stone Mage, can turn their skin to stone until the end of that phase. You can reroll save rolls for attacks that target a unit that is turned to stone, but models in the unit can only move an inch when they pile in.
Just makes them that bit more.
They're going to be like not piling in anyway because of the they're going to be -2 Ren, so
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
you would take it every day. The battalion is only 120 points as well.
So
Well, all the battalions are 120
Yeah.
points. So yeah, I mean, if you're going mountain, this was the first thing I wrote was 3 units of Stone Guard, a Stone Mage, and a Stoneheart King, because it's the
They're all models you want in your army if you're going
yes, exactly.
autonomously. So these just make sense.
Yeah. The next one is the Orlon Legion. So it's 1 Sonari Kevlar, 2 to 4 units of Sentinels, and an equal number units of Wardens. So this is basically all your battle line in 1 unit. You're going to be taking 2 units of Wardens to get 2 units of Sentinels anyway. So
Yep.
yeah, it's basically all 4 battle lines straight up. Shield of Light is the ability. You can reroll save rolls of 1 for attacks that target a friendly unit from this battalion, while it's within 3 inches of an other friendly unit from that same battalion. So not only are you going to be in a shining company that's -1 to hit, you're also rerolling saves of 1. Pretty solid. 3 Mystic Shield.
Again, you want these units in there. The Cathalar you want in anyway. 120 points helps you get low drop.
Yeah.
I suppose the only frustration with these are you get that extra artifact. What are you going to do with it? There's nowhere to go. But that's the only you get the command point.
But I think like you'd definitely be taking another hero in there. And
Yeah, I wasn't. I was just had Teclis and this guy. So,
Maybe.
and again with your Alarith Temple, you might put another Stone Mage in there, but
I would probably put a second Stone Mage in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you mean. Like I say, they're just missing an extra hero, I think, in the army.
Yes. It felt like they just skipped it.
Yeah.
At the last minute.
And the last battalion, which is one that I really like, but I don't know whether you'll see it that often, is the Dawn Rider Lance. So it's 2 to 3 units of Venari Dawn Riders. When you charge, you reroll ones to hit. So
I'd love to try this one, but like you say, the limitations involved here are just too much. You're going to have 2 units of Wardens at least. You still need a character in there. I don't.
I mean, you could do 2 units of 5 in that, which is 100 and what's it? It's 260 plus. It's 380 points. 380 points for a battalion actually isn't that bad for 2 units of 5 Dawn Riders. Whether you
again,
want that.
Yeah, and yes, it gets you the low drops, but again, you get the command point and an artifact. Don't really think you can spend the artifact if you're already, especially if you're doing the Aurelian Legion in order to get your battle line in a battalion.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you've got 2 extra command points. There's not a massive need for my command. I suppose the command points allow you to ignore the bravery, but you've got other ways to ignore. Yeah,
it's a bit of an odd one. But that's it. It's like 3 battalions. There's a mega battalion, but we're not going to talk about it because you have to take one of each of these and Teclis and something else, and it's like 4,000 odd points. They're all pretty straightforward and simple. So let's talk about the book just very quickly before we get out of here. Part of me feels like the book was a little bit rushed, if you know what I mean. It feels like it's missing stuff. Like a combat hero that isn't the Light of Aetherion. The book, kind of in the lore, it talks about kind of chariots and things like that. A lot of kind of old high elf things, but what sound like AOS units. They talk about they have the mountain range and they have like 3 other temples, I think it is. It mentions like the fire, the water, and something else.
They've left themselves open to add to it. I was saying the other day on the chat, I don't understand, and somebody pointed out Stormcast as an example where, they keep doing the chambers. They could be where this book's going.
Yes.
You've got your hardcore Venari, that's fine. And then you're going to add to it with the different areas. And then, you've also got Teclis. Tyrion's going to rock up at some point with his. So there's 10 grand nations or great nations, 4 of which are covered in this book, 4 of which have gone towards Tyrion, and then there's 2 that seem to just be floating. So I think they've left it open so that they can put quite a few other elements in as and when they want to.
Yeah.
I think it's a thinking person's book. It's going to pose a lot of challenges. I think there's no
clear-cut list. There's no kind of copy-paste, this is the list that you need to take.
You read the scrolls and you think, right, now that's solid. And then you read some of the other scrolls and think, well, maybe if I did this, maybe if I... And, I just, because of the split, I was looking at lists as just mountains or just non-mountains. I kind of written 3 lists, one with Teclis and Venari, one with just Venari, and then one with mountains.
Yeah.
But then mixed arms, maybe that's an answer. You've got some Stone Guard in there, but if you put some Sentinels in there to give you a bit of range, all of a sudden your opponent can't just ignore you. They have to do something. Yeah, I think it's a really interesting book. How balanced it is, we shall see. My concern with it is
My concern is limited, like the limitedness of it. I think when you actually look at it, it's 10 Warscrolls, and that's my worry. Like, so going back to the thing, I've just found a picture of it. It's so in the book it talks about kind of the different temples. You've got the Alarith temple, which is mountain, and then underneath that it shows river, wind, and zenith.
Yes.
And it's like, well, okay,
Where are they?
yeah,
Yeah.
when are they coming? Because they're not going to be releasing in the next year.
No, I assume we will go. I don't know because there's so much they need to do in the elf space. They've got the old dark elves. We've seen a warband of those that look absolutely amazing, and I hope they do those. The book mentions Tyrion. We know Tyrion's in the fluff there. He's got 4 great nations to bring out, and they're going to be really interesting because I imagine they're going to be much more proactive, aggressive.
Yes.
And it's going to be interesting to see what the relationship is between the two from a gaming perspective. Are you going to get almost a Grand Alliance Haish where you can do both? Are they going to be called something different? Because I haven't read through the fluff in that much detail, but I got the feeling they were still Lumineth as well.
Yeah.
So, is that going to be another part? Very interesting to see where it goes. But yeah, it's kind of opened the door, given us a glimpse to it. I don't think this is going to be. I hope this isn't the last we hear of it.
No.
And I hope there's almost the next story arc is about Slanesh, the Ulgu and Haish, and focusing in and around there.
Definitely. But no, I mean, I enjoy the stuff that I've seen. Don't get me wrong. I'm not being negative at all. It's I think it's definitely a great re-envisioning of quotation mark high elves. But it does just feel like it's missing.
Leaves you wanting
bits.
more.
Yes. It just, as we've kind of mentioned throughout the episode, like there's certain bits where you just think, well, where's that hero that fits that role, and why isn't that a hero? Like, why is Spirit of the Mountain not a hero? And things like that.
It might be they're building towards something in another 6, 12, 18 months. There's another book that comes out, which then all of a sudden
it wouldn't surprise me if we get version 3 next year, like summertime, because we're now 2 years into AOS version 2, so next year we've got 9th edition 40k this year. It probably makes sense that next year's version 3. It doesn't mean that the whole game's changing, but it's always nice to get those updated rules, etc. Maybe we'll see it then, but I honestly don't know. It is exciting. Like I said, it's a great book. There's definitely multiple builds, which is nice. It's not just there it is, you write the same list and you see every single person running the same one. And I just can't wait to actually start playing games and seeing what it does on the table. I know I joked about doing a mountain army. I'm not going to do a mountain army. I've kind of talked about it in previous episodes. I just don't like painting high elves, so I am going to paint up the Light of Elfarium, but I think that's just a unique model that I'm going to do for the YouTube channel, which we're going to do. But no, it's interesting. I like that they can ally with Lumineth. That they can ally with Ideneth. I'm not sure why they can, because obviously Teclis.
It's an odd one, isn't it?
Yeah. The interesting thing will be whether Ideneth can ally with them.
Yes.
Because if not, that's a bit of a weird one-way relationship.
I'm assuming they will be able to, but you never know until you see the GHP.
Yeah. Because I could envision some very cool underwater mountain people, just as a kind of silly themed thing, fitting into an Ideneth army, looking quite cool actually. But I suppose we'll have to wait for the GHB or any FAQs that come out down the line for that. But apart from that, I think we should probably get out of here, unless you've got anything else that you want to mention before we finish.
No, I think you're right. I think this is a mega episode, so anybody who's stuck with us, thank you very much, and feel free to let us know what you think.
Yeah, we're going to be trying to do these every single time a book comes out. Hopefully the next one will be Sons of Beermat, and that's only 4 Warscrolls, so don't worry guys, it will only be 3 hours long. No, it will only be a couple of hours long, that one I expect. But yeah, let us know what you think about this. This is our first time doing a Battletome review. It's something that we do want to do, and I've quite enjoyed it. I hope you've enjoyed it as well, Martin.
Absolutely. I hope the people listening have.
Definitely. But until next time, we will be back next episode with a GHB overview and our Lumineth lists. But until then, take care and we'll see you then.
Goodbye.